to tonight's Skeptic and Ranting. Scientists beginning to doubt evolution.
That's right. The day we've been dreading is here.
Dun, dun, dun. Where,
it's falling apart.
Any day now, or a month now, or a year now, or...
Oh, yeah. John Maddox said any day now evolution would fall out of favor and the colleges would start teaching creationism.
Exactly, James. Creationists are going to be in the universities teaching creationism. We should just call the Bible a scientific text. But yes, we are.
Just imagine all the biologists, all the doctors in the university listening to a lecture by Ken Hogan.
I'm sorry, who was that? That was a YouTuber, right?
He was.
Yes, we are watching a video from the channel Parable, religious history documentary called The Scientists Beginning to Doubt the Theory of Evolution, Unlocking the Mystery of Life. James, it just spills off the tongue. That's why I like it. So won't you join James W? Exactly. Which should be added to Ultimated's list. Won't you? So join James W and myself, Amy Newman.
YouTuber James W. YouTuber Amy Newman.
But not YouTuber Ken Holen. But that's okay. We are going to be evolving into some fun. What is up, everyone? I want to really do thank you for joining us out on the intertubes. It's amazing that anyone is able to be here with their 5G chip that was injected straight into their veins. But now we're able to get internet everywhere. I assume that's what that means? Probably. Probably. Hi, Buttercup. Say hi. Do. Internet always needs more cats. It's like, no, I want to go play. She was tired. She'd want to be held. But right now, she's in nightfall. Almost 24/7 zoomies. Sending so much love to cats, or dogs, or your iguana, whatever you got going on out there. And if you enjoy the channel, the community, the show, we hope you don't forget to like. It sends it out onto the algorithms and goes, hey, YouTube is pretty good. I always say you can't really do the dislike. You actually can do dislikes. It helps in the algorithm, and it's another story. But we hope you do like the show. Just, having a good time out there. I'm very tempted, just as I hear myself say this, James, start reaching out to sponsors so that we can start Bill Burring it. It's really early, but I had to get my early Bill Burr. Just because I want to, ultimately, we're probably going to lose sponsors because I want to basically just, improv whatever they gave us. But it'll be fun, and hopefully they don't see what I'm saying right now. No, never. I'm reading it exactly. Whatever you tell me. Probably. Exactly. YouTuber, James W. Is that right?
Totally right.
Totally right. Anyway, we have so many followers and subscribers on Twitch at twitch.tv/Amy Newman Skeptic because of you guys and gals, but also because of Beamsy. Beamsy gave 10 subscriptions out there, and I'm going to completely revamp the entire Twitchosphere. I'm going to add more stuff in there, And now all of your names are listed down in the description below because you are part of the welcome to the Skeptic and Ranting. I want to say welcome, Private Eyes, to our girl deck. We also have many fantastic lieutenant commanders. We really want to thank you for being on. I think this is how it goes. Anyway, thank you, Beavesy. Thank you, Twitch, the entire Skeptic and Ranting community, sending love. I do also have to shout out for his personal god as much as I love the girl deck. We also have a very specific goddess, though it could be a guy, so you never know. Just sending love to butts. We do love butts. Breasts get a very, very, very good second. Kind of like in race. But yes, sponsored by butts. Anyway, thank you. Like, follow, and subscribe. That's like the third trifecta. It's a trinity. Really, you need a rules of three, and he's his son. I had someone, I was getting in an argument today. Like, why can't it be a daughter? I'm like, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. So I was talking with a Muslim about this. They're like, you should read the Quran. I'm like, funny, you should say that. Can we talk about the chapter of the ant? And the very first statement is, what's that? I don't know. Maybe they should read the Quran. I know, Buttercup. That's what I was saying. We had a good discussion, namely that they're like, if you believe in magic, in a young theist's heart, or any age of theist that decides that they're not going to believe in reason, evidence. Put it in faith, James. What
would they say?
Believe in faith.
Allah magically made it so the ants could talk? Or
well, basically, if you can do a miracle, if God is omni, if you have the omnis, why can't they do anything?
Okay, that makes sense. Allah wants talking ants. He can make talking ants. There you go.
There you go. And they also always use an apologetic, like, well, ants can talk, right? And they like leave off the other half of the sentence. They're like, yeah, ants can talk to other ants. They can't talk to us, Solomon, Pizza Man, works at Domino's. None of these people they can talk to.
They can't order at Taco Bell?
They can't. I wish they could. Then they could have indigestion. The best indigestion. So yes, subscribe. Even if you're a theist, we still love you. Even if you think ants could talk like Pixar movie. Definitely. Then you gain access to that bell icon. When hit to all, we'll send you reminders to join our live streams or see our premieres. But speaking of live streams, what is up, everybody? Boo-doo-boo! I see Beamsy in chat. I see Scott Duke. What is up? You know, scientists are beginning to doubt evolution. You know who needs to tell this, James? The scientists. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
What is up, TP Seeker?
Be a good place to start.
Exactly. Once that peer review, it needs that like peer part. It's that one missing product. What's up, Davenport? He is thanking Shani for the support, and that is right, a $2 super chat. Sending out massive love to Amy Newman. And I'm sending that love both to my co-host James W. and Shani. Thank you so very much, Shani. And all of you out there at the Skeptic and Ranting community. I really cannot thank you enough, Shani. You have been giving us a lot of support, and I just want to thank you and want to say that we're not looking at the trees. We're not looking at dinosaurs. We're looking at you. Thank you so very much.
Thanks, Shani.
Thank you, Shani.
And you inspire us to do more.
And what is up, everyone? Ember and Neslig 20. Can you check my mic settings? Are my mic settings okay, James? Do.
Veckel seems to think they're not, but everybody else is okay with them.
I changed it. They were on a different microphone. That might be clearer. How about
That's
now?
either Veckel or Jill, one of the two. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, hi. I always say love to all my theist brothers and sisters. Thank you. Mwah! I know. I wanted to do even better. We're going to try and get some nighttime shows. We're going to try and be quick and nimble on the housekeeping and the shout outs and everything, even though we want to give love, but then we want to get as quickly as possible into the topic, because I think that is what our supporters have been telling us. There you are, back to normal. All right. Thank you so very much, Beamsy. And thank you, everyone. We are Skeptic and Ranting on the scientists beginning to doubt evolution, which I don't think seems to be true. No, don't seem to be at all. But we will continue to say hi and love to everyone at James, if you send us at James W or at Amy Newman, and then we'll read your comments. If you tag us, we'll show your comments as you send in all those super chats that send in all those love and support. We want to thank everyone out there. We want to thank just subscribers, viewers, everyone watching. We are two schmucks before you. We're a skeptic channel.
That's it.
However, after the opening statements, we're going to be doing, it is an hour-long video, and so James and I agreed beforehand that we're cutting it into two halves. The video actually kind of naturally cuts itself into two halves because halfway through it switches from evolution to abiogenesis. Isn't that kind of funny? And so that's probably the line that we are going to be separating. And then we'll be opening it up to the open mic, and we'll coming back with the next half in a week or so. But
full blown creationists by then.
Exactly, we'll already be converted by then, and so we'll be talking about it, I'm sure, from the Christian side. That's what I assume. But yes, we do welcome anyone, atheist or theist, liberal or conservative. Come as you are, just not on my bookshelf. You can, lots of real estate. You can take your pick. Just, yeah. You gotta clean up afterwards, and the TOS has to allow it, probably. So, just, it'll all be dressed, unfortunately.
That might be a good idea, Rubiks. Because it's to God's Not Dead.
God's Not Dead. Oh, I would love to do that.
Although I think that would be one of the ones where, like, the copyright thing would cut us off after like 15 minutes into it. Like, okay, you guys aren't.
That's true. Well, what we may say, or it may not allow us to do ads, and so what we may say is early on, this isn't going to be monetized. So if everyone could just send out super chats. That has worked in the past when I've done impromptu debate use and I have gotten porned or cursed or whatever bombed. People have actually sent out extra love, and so it's a possibility. I also want us to do documentaries. I know that sounds. I want us to do whole much. I have too much ideas for my own good. I feel like it would be a fun community. By sending love to Rubiks, who is on the girl deck, because they are on both YouTube and on Twitch. Boom, boom, boom for the support. What's up, Coffee Mom? What's up, everybody? And with that, there is lots of ways you can support as we're going into there. I should be shilling for the show shirts. The show shirts were really a test because I really want to get funny t-shirts like the Been trying to figure out how to get those icons on t-shirts because I think they're funnier, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff. But we have shirts down there. We have the super chats. You can buy a hoagie sandwich by about a block down the center. You can also go and get our Twitch in West Philly. It's what's funny to me is that my parents were raised on Philly cheesesteaks, but I was not because I'm such a picky eater. And now I love cheese. I need to get used to much more cheese on there, but I love a good steak. I love bacon. I don't know what it is. They're so expensive though. We can get a cheap hamburger, but they do taste good. You'd be great, Diane. Thank you so very much, Scott. Not only would I like to do documentaries, but I'm going back out in the good weather for street epistemology. And we just want to have a whole bunch more. We have a clip coming out tomorrow. We have James's clip on conspiracies coming out tomorrow. And you should check out our channel membership. Right down there is the join button. Whoop, 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 ding. And that helps you become a supporter of the Skeptic and Ranting community. Because technically speaking, being a part of the Skeptic Ranting community, I would say metaphorically comes in your heart. And I would say more is just really about being a critical thinker. You're just skeptic and you want to rant. So that's really like the two qualifications if I was doing a JavaScript program. Nonetheless, you can become the supporter.
The gender test, the genital examinations and whatnot.
Yes. Those are for everyone.
Out there. Good to see you, Davegar.
What's up, Davegar? What is up, everybody? Good evening, or good day, or good afternoon. Whatever it is for you are out there when you're listening, I hope you're having a good time. And if you're having a bad time, I hope you're starting to have a better time. That's right. I'm sending love. And with that, we're going to send out love to our channel members to have our evolving badge system. It's kind of on topic every once in a while. That the proxy war, which is what I call evolution, it's a proxy war. Because evolution should not be the topic of tonight. We really shouldn't be talking about it. We kind of have to talk about it because they're so obsessed with it.
They talk about it so much.
And so you have to do counter apologetics and explain why they're so full of. And
this video has over close to 300,000 views. So it's actually being seen by lots and lots of people.
It's probably one of the reasons I call knocks in our educational system. One of the reasons why we are 1 in 20 on reading and literacy. I see. As I say, reading. We read good. Do you notice where we are?
Have you ever been diagnosed with ADD?
I may have been.
Yeah, I figured.
Funny enough, another episode as I get done the Avatar episode, and James Cameron still beat me. One of them I want to do numerous ADD tricks. So I think there are tricks to being business savvy, organizing lifestyle and sort of things that I found, and through that I kind of want to show those off. Plus the things that they taught me in preschool, basically. Lots of things like write your goals down every day. It's simple and yet it works. Anyway, moving on to the best way to help support us is by going to patreon.com/Jamie Newman and becoming a Patreon. We're trying to hit over 200. We are $50 away, ladies and gentlemen. And so we hope that you enjoy the perks or want to be just a supporter. Once again, if you You're always going to have access, however, to the Skeptic and Ranting community, no matter what level. And so we're sending love to everybody and our supporters. And all right, join the Twitchosphere. Thank you, Huggin Hills. I also should do this. I always an extra just makes it easier for everyone. Shilling. It feels cheesy, but there it is. I guess that's the song stuck in my head tonight. From me to you guys and gals. What's up, KCA? What's up, Titan Uranus? One of the two best usernames on the internet, tied with Stupid Horror Energy. Did you hear the one about the Google Chrome symbol? Actually, God. For a second, I thought you were setting up a Randolph pun, and it slowly but surely set up that this, set into me that this was a real thing, and that I'm just losing a slow hope in humanity. No, I did not. But that is interesting. They think everything is the sign of the end. Martha, my toast is a little bit burnt today, and oh my Jesus, I see the sign of Satan. Barbara, do you see it? No, Fred, I just see it. It's low calorie butter. No. It's Satan. Right. No, definitely. That's funny, James.
He's having anal sex with Amy Newman.
Oh my. James, did you know that anything's a dildo if you're brave enough?
You've said that a remarkable number of times, so yeah.
I just have to do a PSA. I'm actually paid by the Mossad government to do so.
I don't know what's the biggest company in the dildo conglomerate. Whoever they are, they're the ones sponsoring you.
Pepperidge Farm. You wouldn't believe so, but what do you think you do after you get off? You eat a lot of. Yeah. And okay, I'm catching up. It's we should. Satan's in the real kill. Yes, just want to point out that Satan has killed I used to go by a number like a dozen. He may have killed, it looks like your thing, 30 to 25. I know that if you have killed people in the planet full, that you may not be the good guy. Like if you have to go, well, I drowned this planet this time, and then I burned everyone here. Oh my God, James, we had to summon legions upon legions, the third time. Don't you hate it when you got to micromanage to commit genocide?
Hey, it's not easy being God.
Everyone should check that out. Mark taking it to Witsit Gets It on Water Gigabytes, which you should all be heading over to, as well as youtube.com/MarkReedAtheism. And no, absolutely not.
Down a peg or two.
Let me tell you, Scott, it's been a complicated. In my move, it's been harder to find a very specific open mic. There's a good open mic that is around me that doesn't allow for crowd work or unfiltered routines. It's only polished. This is the stuff, which is good. I was offered a spot before COVID. I'd like to get back on there, but I actually need I may end up driving an hour and a half back to the old spot that I used to go, where Rachel has said, oh no, good luck with that. But I know that in the end, she's probably going to end up coming with me. And we'll end up getting fruity drinks and pretending
where you had to bring 5 friends with you?
Yes, that was. I think that was.
Yeah.
The other one, I could just go, the 5 friends can just be in my head. That's why I may go to the hour and a half one. But it's so cathartic. It's like this. And so I have it has only been a lack of logistics for why I have not been able to go, because I want to just go up there just with a stack of topics and just do improv. And then you collect that improv, and then you make a routine, and then you go up and you do that routine pretending like it's completely new, and then everybody likes all of the jokes because you figured out which jokes work. That is the process that I need to do, and I'm trying to figure it out. Are you really? Thank you so much. It's a Rubiks. Oh my God. Boom, 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 boom. Actually,
Trifecta. Could be a commander on the girl deck.
The commander up the deck. Buttercup's looking at me like, what is going on? I'm taking a nap. Also, I like
I'm sure
that
she's
match.
used to it by now.
Indeed. Thank you so very much. It's a Rubiks, and so much love, and to all of the love out there. We are going to do quick shout outs, and I said we were going to time. This is so not going to. Let's see. Even if it would be so many minutes. Okay, we got this. We're going to pretend. Boop. One of the reasons I like this because it has a big button, this timer, and it feels so good just to go boop. It's the little things in life, ladies and gentlemen. It is. Anyway, sending love. We saw him out there sending love to Davegar. Boom, 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 boom. Davegar reminds us that we could eliminate 60% of superstition out there if we combine Young and Flat Earth. If we could get people to stop arguing about the size and the shape of the Earth, for whatever reason, I think that the educational department in the United States and around the world would probably improve greatly. That's a little depressing.
Definitely.
But James, a book said a thing. How can you argue with that?
It definitely says it.
It really pisses me off that like 3.5 thousand years ago, there were like a bunch of drunk Jews sitting around a campfire, probably just being like, I don't know, just make that. How about that? Oh, come on, not that. Yeah, all right, let's do that. And then like 2,000 years ago, you know, a guy may or may not have died. And then, like, apparently 19,950 years ago, there was, like, the first fundamentalists, apparently. And, like, they started writing all this shit down and being like, no, this is the final things. And oh boy, the happy faces were born. What I'm trying to say is fundies are no fun. That's really what I'm trying to say.
Oh, yeah.
I really don't think the people sitting around the campfire could have imagined that. But anyway, sending love to Davegar, that thick-ass Earth. Sending love to the one and only Rachel Holen. Sending love to Rachel, who reminds us the good slavery is in pink fuzzy cuffs where everyone gets permission to come at the end. But if you're taking people from the nations around you, I think, James, help me out. It's objectively in asshole. Am I using the term correctly?
I think you might be using the French pronunciation, but it's
okay. Yes, close.
Pardon my French, sir. You gonna suck my dick, sir? Pardon my French.
I'm not gay, sir. Actually, my favorite, and
I'm
the fact that
I'm straighter than you, sir.
The fact that I didn't record it, and it's because someone was like, "Oh, you're gonna record us, Bill Hill," and I got but him just lightly saying that he used to be gay and just like the room just going completely the same type of cricket sound that was playing in T-Jump and Ultimate's debate. And it was just...
I've sucked more dick than you, sir, when I used to be gay, but I don't do that
Excuse
anymore.
me, sir. I know what it's like to be gay because I suck dick more than you ever did. I mean, I used to. I used to suck. What we talk about, sir? Anyway... Mr. Batman. You know it's a Mr. because that's his father's name, right? Though the Batman that comes into our thing is always an atheist.
Yeah, this conversation is being recorded.
Oh no. It's being recorded. Are we live? Can we do this over? We're doing this live? Sending love to Rachel Holen. Sending love to Senator Cato. Reminds us of the separation of church and state. Thank you so very much, Senator, because it's not going to be your religion in control. It's going to be someone else's. Take my word for it. Just be secular. You can be religious and secular, and actually technically be a fundy and be secular as long as you understand that it's not going to be really easy example. If Muslims were to gain control of the country, would you want it to be Islamic theocracy? Oh no, you wouldn't. You would say, oh, we want a religious plurality in which everyone can have their own religion. Yes, exactly. Secular. Sending love to Senator Cato. Sending love to James Wolfe. We saw James out there. Sending love to James as we howl at the moon. It's a little bit earlier for us. Woo! I think we can call this a night podcast. Night. I like it. We're normally just the late night. Sending so much love.
Expanding our horizons.
Really would love to do more, all sorts of time slots. I actually like that we are late night. I just also want to do more of this, more of that. We want to expand the channel with more content. If you have ideas that you would like. And also, this is my last thing of voting for this, okay? I already think I know what the idea is. But shout out there, because I've been having wet feet about it. Okay. Do you think it's better to have a Skeptic gaming show or a Skeptic Minecraft show? Two separate things. You would. I've been leaning towards the latter because I have been told by most of the minds out there that although you would think gaming and you think it's more open, and so you would draw people, it's actually something very specific. Also, I'm not creating a new channel. There is no blah, 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 blah. It is whatever. It's gaming plus skepticism, which would be a whole bunch of gaming, or Minecraft, which is plus skepticism. And then if I have to do another game, it would then be some other name. I need some other show. You tell me out there if anyone has any opinion at all. Sending love. Anyway, sending love to James Wolfe.
Gaming. That's right, Rubiks. Gaming.
Gaming. Yes. Very much. Well, yes, and see, people are saying, is Minecraft gaming? The funny thing is, and that's the very thing, though, if you have to pick a title, I have to get graphics, and you have to pick a song and a theme, and it's a whole thing. So each show is just very organized to me. Dave Carr's like, and I'll see my... Amy will transform the channel to gaming. Yeah, it's been good, guys, though, and gals. Thank you so much, David. And okay. Sending so much love. Yeah, what's up, Khaleesi? We'll just open the door.
Hey, Khaleesi.
Midweek Minecraft, maybe, in general gaming on other days. That's interesting. Well, and see, if I ever have an idea for other games, I could maybe make a Skeptic Rust. There is RuneScape. could make Rust and Civ and all these different games. But I guess I'll let me ask this question, and it's kind of baiting. When you look up gaming content, do any of you look for a specific game, or do you look for a person, or do you look for what do you look for when you're on a Twitch or a gaming stream? You should play StarCraft 2. I have played StarCraft 2 a while ago. I would completely play StarCraft 2. Rust, the most toxic game. Can I tell you what the funny thing about Rust? I've played Rust since the alpha, and it gives me PTSD, and I wonder to myself, why am I doing this? Like, why am I sitting here like, I'm in my house. I'm good. It's safe. The house is never big. It's fucking big. It's comfy. It's big enough. Not like the 1x1 block. But my lordy.
Who's next?
Jay's like, and I'm timing. Okay, we're almost where this is.
We're almost
Least of our the fast here we go in, and so Dale Pastel. Sending love, Dale Pastel. So much love.
We'll take Amy to auctioneering school.
Oh, I will
So
say
talk
I
like
do need.
she's doing
To be quicker there. It is true. Can I tell you though? It's a
Obi-Wan.
double-edged sword because I think people pay attention and listen because we do add so much, meaty juice in between.
It is better than
and so it's
robotic.
like this. If you just do
or
a shout out,
pre-recorded.
well, I always hate when you can tell a video is cutting right to an advertisement and you can just skip it. Because if you just say to yourself, I can skip this entire ad, they will. And so if we ever get ads, let me tell you, Buttercup, that's her right there. We are improv-ing that shit. I need to go look for sponsors. I really do, because I want to. I almost feel like I'm daring them to almost be lost, and yet I'm sure we could figure out a way not to have both of those things.
Maybe.
Probably.
Depends on who the sponsor is, I guess. Yeah.
Anyway, exactly. Welcome to Butcher Box. How do you feel about your girl deck being nice and meaty? Oh my god, I'm so applying. You probably can't apply. It sounds like one of those that you can. Girl deck, nice and meaty, nice and meaty. Get meat sent right to you. Female or male, who knows? Anyway, sending love to Dale Pastel. Sending
Thanks,
love
Dale.
to Chris Disciple. We have theists that are part of the Skeptic and Ranting community. Christian, Muslim, we don't care what you are. Come as you are. Once again, just not on my bookshelf. If you do, I guess I'll clean up. But there's so much real estate, I feel like you might as well just right there. Anyway, sending love. This is a family-friendly show. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm being told it's not. Okay. Anyway, that's okay. But we support families. And eventually the sexy time ends up making a family. I am being told that is true. Yes. All right. Sending love to our davegar educator, Rachel, James, Wolfe, Dale Pastel, and Chris Disciple. But then our commanders of the girl deck. Boom, 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 ba-doom. We can't sing much more of this song. It will be copyrighted. Anyway, sending love to Rubiks, who lately just joined us, who is like the biggest at this point, is on every level of the girl. Basically, I am I'm just piloting so that Rubiks can be the commander of the girl deck. Thank you so very much, Rubiks. Thank you so very much. As we put blocks together against creationist arguments, and sending love to Regos, reminding us we have a skeptic Bible study.
Thanks, Regos.
Boom, boom, boom. But also, I saw hearts. Rubiks. Boom, boom. Sending so much love. And sending love to remind us that, well, we have a Skeptic Bible study knee-deep in Joshua. And boy, is Joshua knee-deep in our heart. And why, thank you, phone. We'll just turn you off.
Rubiks on multiple platforms at the same time.
Indeed. It's like the Matrix. Dent, 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 dent. Khaleesi is a member of YouTube, Twitch, and Patreon. Oh, well, thank you so very much. That too. So we have different tiers. I should separate out. I think it's so for all different sorts, but you are absolutely, you should be down there, Khaleesi. If that, boo, boo, boo. And if not, oh man, because no, it's I don't see you down there. Well then, well.
You're all three. You're like a commander of the girl deck.
Yes. Now the question is, can I fix that live? Let's figure that out. I was gonna say miracle, but it's actually a very technologically understandable experience. Ha 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 ha. Another copyrighted song. There you go. Thank you so very much, Khaleesi. Yeah, I saw that and so sorry. What happens is I got so excited to add your name, but then I checked and I was like, oh, anyone who updates, I should also. And so now says it should say, or we'll find out. I wonder if it is that in this version because I have to update that for every show. We'll find out. I meant to make that sound. Anyway, sending love to everyone on the girl deck. And I will say, if I forget you in any of these, just send me a Discord, an email, a message in chat, and I'll update it real quick. Because really, we want to give you as much love and support. We cannot stop giving you as much love and support because you guys and gals are the lifeblood. Once again, if you're even just watching, we're happy you're here. Happy I'm queer. Gonna keep on saying that. I feel like every time
happy for you, Amy.
I bring up an LGBTQ reference, it's either irritating a fundy or just making a secular person laugh. So I got two buckets, James.
Probably both.
Or probably both. Sending love to Khaleesi and Rubiks and Rejos and Deig. Deig reminds us that we have theories. They attack theories. They don't like that word. They say it's just a theory. It's just a theory. Sounds like something, when they say it, it sounds like something you say at the end of a bar. That's a hypothesis. A hypothesis is an educated guess. Slightly better than a guess, I guess. So, you actually went out and did a little bit of research, but you should be doing testing, research, collecting a framework of facts so that it can be peer reviewed and so that you can have a working, testable theory.
As opposed to creationism, which is something they just pull out of their ass.
Though I will say it's the one thing that they share with magicians. I actually love magicians. It's the one thing that a lot of skeptics end up becoming because they become natural disprovers of woo. Penn and Teller and James Randi just come to mind. And sending love to last, but certainly not least. Well, first of all, sending love to Michael Smith, sending love to Tsunami, Skywatcher, and of course, praise I am that I am, Big Bad Mama. I feel like it's never going to end now. I can't ever stop. I don't know. But BT Dubs, I'm going on praises. I saw Mark on there, and it made me think, like, why we've been saying it, but I felt bad because
What,
it
the
was
Ken Hogan
like
channel episode?
I might have been a Ken Hoven, but like I felt so bad. Like this one specific theist, like it could have been like a meme or a soundbite. Like I don't want to break your ears, so I'm not going to do it. But this is the type of tone that he was using towards Mark. Shut up, 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 shut up. I'm not going to continue doing that for the sake of your ears. Imagine that for like another 30 seconds. I woke Buttercup up from that. Imagine that for another 30 seconds. Mark stood there and took it like crazy. It was being sprayed in his face. But oh my, their God. Like, holy shit. I don't know. It was just one of those moments where I was like, maybe we should be going on other creationist channels and backing each other up, because it was a verbal cluster something. Sending love to praise. I mean, he was giggling, as I would probably be doing too, because you're watching someone who agrees with you, another Christian creationist, basically have a meltdown. Absolute meltdown. But go check that out. Sending love to Mark and all of the whole skeptic and the whole atheist agnostic community out there. Sending love to Ian Davenport. Ian, reminding us about Watchmaker arguments. Right, Watchmaker. They're really shitty. Like, really shitty. And, all right. I think I am about to just be right back. And then we're jumping into the opposition. Well, my very quick opening statement, and then the opposition viewpoint, so that we can hear. James, what I like about this is it's just very pithy. The scientists beginning to doubt the theory of evolution, unlocking the mystery of life. Whew. Yes, from the channel Parable, Religious History Documentary. But James, what is with all of these? Oh, Gizmo! What is with
someone in chat
their obsession with anti-evolution? What is this just irreducible complexity, creationism, whatever the...
It is something that we deal with a lot. We are always tackling this issue on, because it's something they just can't get over. They can't accept defeat. They can't get over it. They have made the literal interpretation of Genesis like part of their core ideology. They've made it something that they can't dispense with. These fundamentalist Christians, and for some of them, it really seems like no matter what kind of evidence you present them, it doesn't matter. It just rolls right off of them like trying to nail Jello to the wall. It just doesn't penetrate. But it's still fun to take a look at what they're saying and the crazy lengths that they go to try to discredit something that's so obvious, that's so well documented and presented, that nobody who has any decent amount of knowledge about the issue could reasonably come to a different conclusion. But they're not going to let that stop them, of all things. They're just going to keep on going. So we'll be there to point it out when they say something really silly. But yeah, I was talking about this documentary a little bit last time we were on, or the time before that. One of these two. This one's been on the docket for a little bit. The channel that it does, I've actually watched. They do have some actual documentary programs that are actually not bad if you want to learn a little bit about history as it pertains to religion. They're not trying to assert the truth of a religion there. They're just telling you about a historical period that the religion went through or whatnot. So that can be all right. But where they go way off base is when we get to stuff like evolution. If you remember my debate with Jamie, I said, if all you did was hang out in the Christian rooms and go to their websites and that was the entire base of people that you interact with, you would probably think that all the universities all over the world, that the scientists in the biology departments are just frantically racing against time. Evolution's been mortally wounded. It's on the table, and they're just doing whatever they can to try to save this dying theory. Like it's going to be out very shortly. Soon, the universities won't be able to prop it up anymore. It's so obviously been discredited. It's only a matter of time and a short time before they just can't keep it going anymore. And then I guess they'll teach creationism, or they'll just pretend we don't know about biology. Of course, nothing could be further from the truth. The scientific community, they're no longer even questioning whether evolution is true or not. That they left that debate decades and decades ago. We already know that it is. They're learning more about it, how it works, and what the history of it is. They're not even questioning whether it happened or not, as they should not be. That's the thing with science. When we answer a question and it works, you don't have to keep going back unless you get some type of new data or some type of new information. But we've never seen anything that contradicted the theory of evolution. We have hundreds of data points all pointing at telling us this is true. And then we just have these creationists who deliberately don't want to understand it or just obstinately refuse to accept that it's true. And the scientific community just left them in the dust decades ago. So it falls to people like us to point out the stupidity. And we're welcome to do it because, you know what? We love it.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so very much, James. I will actually give you a actual opening if you feel like you have any other, but I actually liked everything you said.
That was good.
Agreed.
We can get into the video.
And all right, then we're just going to do one more.
Do it to us.
Our bodies are ready. Scientists beginning to doubt evolution? You see, here at University of Basement, we're working day in, and I'm fairly sure it's night. I haven't gone outside in weeks now. But what I assume is night, not to go out into the field, no, but try to push our religious views forward. But you see, when I use a calm and soothing, some would say gentle voice that is firm enough to know that what I'm saying is true. That's right. And the money that was paid for by the Discovery Institute to produce this video was not spent, in fact, on cocaine and hookers. That being said,
would have been a better use of the money, though.
Being said, right? Concepts like irreducible complexity sound fancy enough that they might trick Ma and Pa, or more likely Mama or Pop. But they don't hold up in a laboratory under peer review or even under our legal system. Again, much like cocaine and hookers. Only 2 of the 3 can actually give you a good time. And the other is most likely taught in homeschool with a religious foundation. Much like a goat in a tar pit. I'm sure Billy will be okay. So when I hear people say scientists are beginning to doubt evolution, I wonder to myself, who are these scientists? And why doesn't mainstream peer review seem to know about them? Creationists, or whatever they call themselves nowadays, talk about bacterial flagellum. Little critters with tails that work like a motor for movement that they say could not be any other way. It's too complex. But scientists know many ways in which this tail could have been in other uses. Like some
No,
use
it's irreduced complex.
Like some that use this as an injection tool to put their DNA into others. And funny enough, bacterial flagellum kind of look like sperm and have a fun little mechanism once you can, get them out, which I have been told, well, there's one way to do so. A fun night with cocaine and hookers. Thank you so very much. And all right,
Amy,
with that,
do you have an injection tool?
I'm pretty sure that's how it gets there.
Yeah.
And all right, I do want to send.
Yeah.
Wow. Holy
Mind
moly. I am going to put James on here. Let's put James on here too.
Yeah, here we go.
Like, my goodness gracious, we're sending a whole bunch of love for the $100 super chat to Disciple Day, who is saying, hello, Amy, James, Gizmo, and everyone. Been a bit. If you are still on in a couple of hours, and if someone disagrees with us, we'll probably be on for a few days. I hope to stop in and have some fun discussion. Disciple Day, lovely to see you, have you on,
Probably
and be
be
part
here. I
of the
imagine we'll
Skeptic
be on for a
Ranting
while.
community. And also,
Thank you so
just
much.
as is customary from my people.
All of them. You get the little dance routine. There you go.
Yeah, basically. Also, once again, not quite customary of my people, but that's okay. Though some people will say, thank you so very much, Disciple Day. It is so lovely, like I said, to have you part of the Skeptic and Ranting community and to have you here with us.
Hey, Native Atheist, good to see you.
What is up, Native Atheist? And all right, I'm actually going to keep that up there just as we're going on into exactly. We, in a second, with that, are about to be switching into the opposing viewpoint. We're sending so much love. Yes.
And that really triggers them. They really do not like that one bit. They don't like it at all, peer review. No,
they do not like peer review because then it's someone else's non-intuition. And I would say that's kind of the key to science, is that once you actually go out there and test it, you need to send it to peer review for others to actually get a methodology to actually see if they can get the same results.
Well, they're so used to just preparing and creating their material, delivering it to people who are science illiterate. So as long as they can make it sound technical and it sort of looks like it makes sense, is coherent, they won't be able to challenge it because they're not experts on the topic. So they might look at it and say, okay, I mean, that kind of makes sense, I guess. I guess maybe they know what they're doing. They're using lots of really big technical language. So, yeah. I mean, then you send that paper in or that speech article, whatever, to somebody who actually knows the science, who's studied it for decades. They're like, oh no, this is stupid. This is gobbledygook. Why you telling me this? And they don't like that because they don't have the expertise to really play ball at the level they're trying to play ball with. It's like in my debate with Jamie, and he's like, oh, like, you don't seem to want to talk about the science. I've got all these papers to go over. And let me tell you, if anybody cares what I think about a scientific paper, don't. Because I'm not an expert in that. So why would you want my opinion about something that I'm not an expert about? I mean, we could just shoot the shit, but otherwise, do I know more about gene duplication than a geneticist or a biologist? No. So why does my opinion matter on that? And Jamie, of course, doesn't have any, at least he presented no indication that he has any expert training in that field. So why are we going to have two people who are not experts talking about the work of experts? Why would you want to have that?
And that is because they don't really care about science. They don't really care. They just start with their conclusion, which is the Earth is young, evolution is not true, the Big Bang did not happen, and then they go out for evidence, which is the exact opposite. I know. Listen, James, the University of Basement works fast. The pipeline is...
Spent 4 days in his basement, in his underwear, eating Hot Pockets, and he's going to critique the work of people who have spent decades in the field and say that they're wrong, they don't know what they're talking about. 4 days, I figured it all out. I mean, yeah.
I got it all worked out.
That just encapsulates the mentality of these people. That's why we have actually division of labor where you typically don't have people who specialize in geology, biology, physics, genetics. You don't have people who specialize in all that because each of those fields has such depth to it that if you really want to specialize in one, it's going to take a lot of work. You're probably not going to be able to specialize in all of them. They just have these people who are like jacks of all trades. And, I know I spent 4 days studying this, 4 days studying that, maybe 5 days studying that. Therefore, I'm an expert at all of them.
Exactly. Basically, now, once again, I love YouTube. You can learn a lot from YouTube. However, it depends, just like the internet, it depends on the sources you are looking at. You could be looking at channels from universities and research professors, or you can be looking at basically Bob at the end of the bar, who, he has his degree. Once again, he is a graduate from University of Basement. Well, thank you so much, Baron Salas. Can't compete with DD's super chat, but still wanted to contribute. You know what? It took me for a second because I see DD so much that I thought you were taking a pot shot at Darth Dawkins. I'm like, well, he's been banished to frickin' Clubhouse. I'm
Start
gonna
the
go on
Darth-
Clubhouse
start the
more.
Darth
I
stand.
just joined a Godless Girls Clubhouse, and she seemed friendly enough to me. So I'm like, hey, might start hanging out there. But yes, we're just sending love to Farron Saris. The fact that you are supporting us and giving us love, and you have always given us support and love.
Long-time supporter there.
And
Appreciate it.
I'm trying to think. I think that is as much as we can squeeze as we get prepped up here. Our bodies are ready to go into that opposition viewpoint. If you are a creationist, especially of the young earth and anti-evolution variety, feel free to tag us, and we will definitely have a higher propensity to read. We'll read everybody's comment. We will show super chats, and James generally has to stop me from getting down rabbit holes when people tell us about nukes. But James, you don't understand. When people start talking about Fallout, I just love Fallout. It's a great series. I love also, any post-apocalyptic series. If we want to go Walking Dead, we can talk Walking Dead, which a lot of these end of the earthers, they're like, the end of the world is coming. I'm like, I know, that's been so this year. Anyways, parents, thank you so very much for all the love and support. We're going to go back and forth just because it really was. We kind of are really double psyched. Disciple is actually very shy, even though he gives us lots of love. Half his super chats are like, don't show this. And don't so I'm like, billboard. But we can't help it. You send us so much love, and we love you, and you're so amazing. And we love having Disciple, and we love having Farron be part of the Skeptic and Ranting community. Thank you guys so very much. And we're going boom, 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 boom. You guys are the best. I feel like I still have to do a little dance. I am unfortunately so geeky. Like, I hope that there's something almost sexy in there, but it ends up being like the kind of thing that I feel like I do basically when you level up in an RPG, which is not quite as sexy. Anyway, sending love to everyone out there. We are now going to get
like you've
into
got a dildo
it.
rammed
And
up
actually, oh my, now we're talking. And like a USB, I just want to make sure that I'm sharing sound. Boop. I'm not even going to test it. I'm going to make sure. Now I guaranteed it.
Tony Khalifa, it doesn't, but they seem to fight it a lot. So,
indeed. We call this, and welcome, Tony, we call this a proxy war in that it really has nothing to do with a god. However, it triggers the young earth creationist. They're like, no, can't be. Definitely. And yet, I would say there's a good portion
literal.
Yes. But there's a good portion of theists and Muslim, Christian, Jews who completely accept science. That's how I'm going to label that, because evolution is the hallmark of biology. So biology is a little bit above, and then science is a little bit above, and they just don't accept science. And yeah. What's up, Caribbean Skeptic? Boom, boom, boom. And Aaron and Pavel and Doorknob Head and everybody. Keep on saying hi. We'll keep on saying hi to you, Melus. Studying creation of sites. We're sending love to you, but if you did, so suppa-duppa. All right, we have sound. That's enough as we can get milked out of that, because we love you all. And we are now going to watch from the channel Parable Religious History Documentary. These scientists begin to doubt the theory of evolution, very specifically because next week or whenever we'll be doing Unlocking the Mystery of Life. They kind of even separate into two videos themselves. And so with that, we begin.
This channel is part of the History Hit Network.
If you're getting
they
late
love-
90s vibes, it's probably true.
It's also like almost post-apocalyptic. Like you got it, the feel. It's eerie. Like you almost, I could feel the Terminator's about to hit.
In 1993, Professor Philip
That's
Johnson
80s,
of the University
but
of California at Berkeley
Still,
invited a group of scientists and philosophers to a small beach town on the central
No,
coast of
Terminator
California.
2.
They came from
Oh,
major
there you go.
academic centers, including Cambridge, Munich, and the University of Chicago, to question an idea that had dominated science for 150 years.
I think Pajaro Dunes represented a turning point for many of us.
also, I want you to know this is also their dating videos. So,
Individually, we all had questions about evolutionary theory. But when we came together, each person brought something of their own to the table. And suddenly we all had a glimpse of a new way of looking at life that none of us had individually seen before.
oh, and what is that? What are all these people? They are all members of the Discovery Institute. I have looked up each and every one, and you're like, oh, well, that's okay. Well, one of them could be like that. Oh, that's weird. The second one is that. And then after a while, you realize, oh, this is from the Discovery Institute.
They're all paid creationists to
Yes.
make a living talking creation.
I would have to say that this was an intense period of time in my life. It just seemed that there was something here much more intellectually satisfying than the view that I had held up until this time.
Looking back on it now, I
doesn't
think that
intellectually satisfying is irrelevant. Doesn't matter how satisfying reality is to you. Doesn't matter if you don't even like it. You might not like it. You might wish creationism were true. It's still not going to make it true.
Also, probably one of the more well-known
perfect place to
creationists.
stop it.
Yes, Michael Behe, who unfortunately gave us irreducible complexity, or as we like to call it, creationism, but with caviar for a name.
Well, this is why I said, like,
what's up, Vesper?
Like you could debunk, and he has been debunked over and over again, but they already made the video, so they just put it out again, as if no one's debunked him.
Yes, this also video is dated in and of itself. I feel like they uploaded this as why it's semi put together, because it's put together as if, like you said, it's dated. But my favorite is that they seem to have outsourced the guy who it's a similar voice that we all know. And because it has that voice, I feel like it gives it this air of officialness that, because we're just so used to it in our brain. What's wrong with string
sounds
theory?
Like it's authoritative. It sounds like it makes sense, or like it's authoritative.
Yes, because we're just so used to authoritative things coming from that voice. Yeah, what's up? Gonna go for it. Yay, Michael Behe, the one moth in the Bible, was named after the behemoth. Also, Cat's gonna go for it on Randolph Richardson's stream. On his own streams, I'm gonna go for it, and basically producing many lovely content creators, just Atheist Jr. and Aaron Ra and Jefferson Spatchcock, just so many lovely. And with that, we're jumping into it. Scientists beginning to doubt theory of evolution. I believe it. Also, one more just. Oh, look at that. Oh, what's that? The Discovery Institute for Science. Oh, what's that? He lost a court case in which intelligent design was ruled not science. That's funny. But yes, no, it's going to get through.
Oh, you could put evolution in an honest court of law, and they would throw it out. Really?
Yeah. Well, it didn't. You lost.
And just see where I thought it pointed.
I realized that this was bigger than any one person or discipline, and this was the beginning of a community of scientists who are now willing to face the fundamental mystery.
Dr. Stephen Meyer, another well-known pseudoscientific quack, another guy from Creationist University. Buttercup wants to say hi.
Of life's origin.
Dramatic. Getting hot. If this was a Ken Hogan production, it would just have a whale penis pop up in that montage.
Well, penises. It's so big it hits everything, basically, as you can hear. That must be lovely for audio. Unlocking the mystery of life.
I sometimes wonder why anybody talks about anything else, because this is the most interesting topic there is. Where did we come from? How did we get here? What brought us into existence? What is our relationship to reality as a whole?
You look at the incredible diversity and complexity of life, and inevitably the question arises, what brought...
Just want to put, their money where their mouth is, if you want to see any little, I don't know, correlation going on here. Wow, it's almost like they're all purporting intelligent design.
Brought all this into existence? Was it simply chance and necessity, undirected natural forces? Or is there something else going on? Is there a purpose, a plan, a design?
Philosopher of biology, that's a new one.
I think that is the fundamental question.
Once again, dating video.
The scientists who came to Pajaro Dunes set out to re-examine the mystery of life's origin. For each had significant doubts about widely held evolutionary ideas. Among them, biochemist Michael B. questioned how natural processes...
I'm going to slow it down for just the original, because I really want you to feel this guy's voice for just
the intricate structures found within living cells. Dean Kenyon was an evolutionary biologist who no longer thought that chemistry alone could account for the origin of life on Earth.
Because we're so used to this being like a...
And Stephen Meyer, Paul Nelson, and
official voice
was taking a new approach. One that could explain the origin of the genetic information encoded in living organisms.
All part of the same institute.
These scientists and philosophers began to formulate an alternative.
Did you notice the very back end of that one?
Biology. A theory born in the mind of a British naturalist. His name was Charles Darwin.
They were very much the very top minds they could get.
In 1831...
And of course, they hate Charles Darwin, someone who actually did research. Once again, went out in the Galapagos. But sure.
I guess he should have just stayed on the ship and read the Bible. You would have learned more.
Exactly. Just gotta read. James, did you know the book said a thing? Also, that's very much right, Doorknob Head. I am very good at noticing front ends, back ends, whatever someone's got.
Then, 22 years old,
whatever I got,
set sail on a 5-year survey expedition for the British Empire. He journeyed from England on the HMS Beagle, traveling around the southern tip of South America, then north toward a chain of volcanic islands in the Pacific called the Galapagos. On this desolate archipelago, 600 miles off the western coast of Ecuador, Charles Darwin encountered an extraordinary array of birds, reptiles, and mammals, the likes of which he had never seen before. For more than a month, Darwin studied plant and animal life, took extensive notes, and collected specimens. Then he left.
Yeah, research.
Yeah, actually went out in the field.
Passed as he developed a theory about how the diverse forms of life on Earth had originated. In 1859, Darwin published a book titled On the Origin of Species. Its impact on science and ultimately all of Western culture was dramatic. Darwin argued that all life was the product of purely undirected natural forces, time, chance, and a process he called natural selection.
For 2,500 years before Darwin, most prominent scientists and philosophers, people such as Plato or Newton or Kepler, viewed the world as the product of some kind of design or plan. But a fundamental shift
because they didn't know any better.
Natural selection, and a real change in scientific philosophy is set in motion.
It's really weird, James. It just seems like there's something about all of these people. I can't discover quite what it is, but I feel like all these people have something in common.
They're all less than 5 inches?
Probably. That's probably it. That's probably it.
Darwin was not the first scientist to propose a theory of evolution, but he was the first to offer a plausible naturalistic mechanism that could produce biological change over long periods of time. To understand how natural selection works, consider the finch populations Darwin encountered on the Galapagos Islands.
Hi, Birdie.
13 species of finches inhabit the Galapagos
because
Islands.
A lot of them are so freaking smart.
They vary subtly in terms of their body size and shape of their beak. Darwin returned to England with 9 different species of these birds.
According to contemporary Darwinian theory, differences in the sizes and shapes of the birds' beaks are the direct result of natural selection.
I know, Flum. Read the book.
One example.
In fact, read any book beyond the Bible. Read Green Eggs and Ham. Please, anything.
I used to quote that in gracious chats when they would start quoting the Bible.
Really?
Quote Green Eggs and Ham, because they're both about as authoritative.
However, during periods of drought, the only seeds available are encased in hard, tough shells that remain on the ground from the previous year. In these circumstances, only birds with longer, sharper beaks can crack the shells and eat the seeds.
Those birds with the longer beaks survive because they can reach the food source, whereas other birds cannot. That long beak, then, confers what biologists now call a functional advantage. The finches with smaller beaks, unfortunately, die out from starvation because they cannot reach that food source. If the drought conditions continue, the environment causes a change in the features of the finch population.
What I also don't like about these guys is, unlike their flock, they're smart enough to know better. And so they basically go out and pretend to do, well, they do opposition research, whatever it is. They go into, as far as I can tell, they go into these institutes or these universities, legitimate universities oftentimes, unlike the University of Basement, which, you know, our favorite doctor comes from. And then what they do is they try to get a biology degree so they can go in and say, we have biology degrees. Though one of these guys, and I'm waiting for, I don't know if we saw him or whatever, they do a bait and switch in which they say doctor, and you look it up, and yes, he is a doctor, but they say doctor of biology, but he's a doctor of philosophy. Now, he's not a doctor of philosophy and biology, because that is a thing.
Well, they just showed it a few minutes ago.
You can have your PhD in biology, which would give you a doctorate of philosophy in biology, but I looked him up, and he just has a
philosophy of biology
in philosophy, which would make you you could say you're a philosopher, you can say you're a doctor. You could not say you have a doctor of anything in biology, which they say he does, and that's how they get away with a lot of this shit. They try and give authority from very adjacent. He could probably pull a very like, whoa, I was just the saying. And I mean, it's great. It's good to have whatever. I'm not knocking whatever someone's field is, but don't be disingenuous. Don't quit people.
Over time, the long beaks are passed on to succeeding generations because those beaks enable the birds to survive.
Natural selection was a powerful idea. Physical variations that proved advantageous would be inherited by succeeding generations. Through this process, populations would be altered, and over time, fundamentally different organisms would arise without any form of intelligent guidance.
Darwin wanted to explain everything in the history of life in terms of undesigned, unintelligent natural processes. And when he looked for an explanation, what he found was that a process he could observe in domestic populations also operates in the wild. Now, Darwin himself was very familiar with domestic breeding. He himself studied pigeon breeding. And he knew that for centuries, human breeders had been able to make dramatic changes.
And that's completely right, Tubin. Welcome, welcome. And they are, I guess this is why it's more of a I'm disappointed than an angry. These people know better. They know that if they came out trying to attack him as a demon or a devil or all these things, it would actually become ineffective. That the only way to reach the flock is to say, no, no, no. We're trying to come about this from, he is a naturalist, and we're trying to give a different perspective. What's up, Pseudonym? What's up, everyone that's still hanging with us? And Zokalex and Farron and Johnny and everybody, Doorknob Head, Praise I Am That I, Big Bad Mama, and just everybody.
Changes in populations by selecting only certain individuals to breed. Darwin really suggested that this same process operates in the wild.
For Charles Darwin, natural selection explained the appearance of design without a designer. There was no longer any need to invoke an intelligent cause for the complexity of life. In effect, natural selection became a kind of designer substitute.
Today, Darwinism is generally assumed throughout science and the academic world. Yet, despite its wide acceptance, a growing number of scientists and scholars, including
you make
those
it
who made
sound
the Harrow Dunes,
more professional, it's easier to convert and rationalize. If you just sit there saying, they're all possessed, demons infected their bodies, and that's why they believe in evolution, it's a little bit harder of a sell. Well, I guess it's easier of a sell for a certain segment, but oh my goodness. My favorite thing about that claim now is basically like everyone in the chat that I start to hang out with, like they almost ignore that, because at this point, like if you are secure in your sexuality, you just don't care about LGBTQ people. Like it's just not on your mind because you're too busy being attracted to other people and it feeling great, or you're too busy attracted to feeling of the same sex, or whatever it is. When you're secure in your sexuality, you don't need to generally make fun of others or hate others and hi, baby girl. But you do need to rub a cat on the head. That you definitely need to.
You do need a reason for why all that stuff comes up in your browser history. So.
Oh my, yes, that. Oh yeah, my mouse seems to be going a little bit crazy. It's the worms, unfortunately.
Yeah, they need to
We
come.
are Legion. Very specifically the orcs, which are trying to, just get back at the Alliance. The Alliance have basically been attacking us for so long. And if Thrall wants to go and have his peace treaty, he can go have his peace treaty. I love my canon, James, okay? Send out to Warcraft if you don't know what I'm talking. It's a small up-and-coming video game. Anyway, we're going back into the scientists. You might have heard of it. Beginning to doubt the theory of evolution. Next week, we'll do Unlocking the Mystery of Life because they purposely switch topics because they want to talk about abiogenesis.
Now challenge key aspects of Darwinian theory.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Aaron.
Together at Harrow Dunes, we certainly didn't agree on everything, but we did share.
It would be, can I give you an example? I'm sorry to stop you guys, but can you imagine if Plato was not a hot dude, like he was just kind of an ugly dude? Would it can matter? Or if imagine Socrates who may or may not have been a dude, could you imagine if Socrates wasn't that hot? Would that matter? Would we stop using the Socratic method? It baffles my absolute mind. That's why it almost always is projection. I mean, and once again, it always starts this way. It always goes, Amy, you're only saying that because you are LGBTQ. But James, has it not been proven just over and over to the point where I'm going like this at this point? Like every straight, very mad, angry at LGBTQ person that comes on here, like by the time they end up leaving, they're like, I don't get what you mean. I just like sucking dick because Jesus told me to, and the bugs got in my butt. And we're like, all right.
I'm not gay anymore, sir.
I'm not gay anymore, sir. No. I have Jesus. He's
totally
my new
faithful
boyfriend.
My wife.
That's not gay at all. I know.
I love women, sir.
Can I tell you?
I'm the straightest person you ever met.
That is what kills me on the inside. Because let me tell you, my partner, we are both as pan and bisexual as it fucking comes, okay? We like big ass and big titties. We're not discriminating, but it baffles me the men who are in these straight relationships who are basically like, oh no, I love my wife. I touch her all the fucking time. Isn't that right, Betsy? Yeah. You see? Touching her right now. Oh, God. Oh, God. Don't put the makeup on. It makes it look all gay. Okay. Oh.
Well, that's why straight porn is gay.
Let me tell you, Davegar, I'm okay with small tits too. Let me tell you, it goes the other way. So I like anyone that's hot. It's a weird kind of criteria, but hot people know they're hot. They just know they are. I don't care what your body is if you got it rocking, and basically it works for both genders. So there's hot feminine girls, masculine girls, hot feminine guys and masculine guys. Whatever is out there going on, Tsunami offers a completely different position. She is like, nobody is hot. Thank you so very much, Keegan. As a poking stick, yes, very specifically. It's for poking things, if you know what I mean. Aristotle loved to throttle. Oh my, Stephanie. Now we're talking. What's up, Sage Ohio? What's up, everybody? And all right, sweet. I'll take androgyny, too. I'll take the in-between. I like my chocolate vanilla, and sometimes I like chocolate vanilla. Anyway, the scientists beginning to doubt the theory of evolution. Tell me that is not like a dating shot right there, as my mouse continues to do that. But it just looks so like looking off into sunset. He's got this guy right here. This looks like a half-law video.
A real dissatisfaction with the mechanism of natural selection and the role that it was playing in biological explanation. Natural selection is a real process, and it works well for explaining certain limited kinds of variation. Small-scale change. We have lots of examples of that.
Adaptation, they call, which is not evolution. However, adaptation is evolution.
The real complexity of life. We have a finch beak, and then you've got the finch itself. A minor change in the structure of the beak versus the origin of the organism itself. These are different scales of phenomena. These are different kinds of problems. And the important problem for biology is to understand where natural selection works and where it doesn't, and why there's a difference. Evidence is very powerful, and all of us had the sense that if we let that evidence speak for itself...
And that is, they dislike common ancestry. That's their big beef.
Very different direction, away from natural selection and towards a different conclusion about the origin and nature of life on Earth.
Damn it.
Natural selection acts only by taking advantage of slight successive variations. She can never take a great and sudden leap, but must advance by short and sure, though slow steps.
it's really interesting to notice that the more we know about life and the more we know about biology, the more problems Darwinism has, and the more design becomes apparent.
No.
Since 19...
That's what we call baseless assertion.
We would actually see some sort of traction towards design. Unfortunately, we just have events like COVID, whether it was natural or artificial. Evolution. That is the only process, the one and only.
1988, Dr. Michael B. has investigated complex biological systems that seem to defy explanation by natural selection.
For the longest time, I believe that
Darwinism
explains what we saw in biology. Not because
it does
saw how it could actually explain it, but because I was told that it did explain it. And in schools, I was taught Darwinian biology. And through college and graduate school, I was...
So you didn't
love
understand
this.
it. You can fix that.
And I love this because what he's basically saying is that I went into biology courses and they were just so close-minded. All they would push is evolution. And it's like, I just came in there with a leather jacket, smoking a cigarette, and I was just like, hey, what if we could do something different? And I imagine they were like, okay, what evidence do you have? And that's the end of the story.
Jack shit, but still.
Nothing.
Come on.
He was like, let me put this out for a second.
Well, that's why they get triggered. Like, even Jamie's like, oh, well, they just look at everything with the assumption of evolution. Well, yeah, no shit. They should do that because it's been confirmed over and over again. We get to do that. I'm sorry if you don't like it.
Also, I just want to thank you, Keegan, for noticing that my color game is on, which is really all I care about. How much can I go? Anyway, would you like a speaker? No, it's okay. Maybe you would like to do I'm just holding things up that are pink at this point. I could do this all day. What you want? A different pair of it. Oh, my Lord. Teal's actually my favorite color, but pink is my second favorite color. Thank you so very much. And it's a mechanical keyboard. That's why you hear all of the clack, 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 because I'm kind of addicted to it. The Steve Jobs of scientific ignorance. They are. These guys kind of go out of their way to be the pioneers of stupid.
And evolution explained biology. And again, I didn't have any reason to doubt it. It wasn't until about 10 years or more ago
Still
that
don't.
I read a book called Evolution, a Theory in Crisis.
And then a whole bunch of creationists paid me money. And now I'm like,
by a geneticist by the name of Michael Denton, an Australian. And he put forward a lot of scientific arguments against Darwinian.
No, he did.
That I had never
No, he
heard
did.
And the arguments seemed pretty
Yeah, because they're dumb.
And at that point, I started to get a bit angry because I thought I was being led down the primrose path. Here were a number of very good
James, I feel like we're collecting data points. There's just something seems to be. And do you notice that they don't even have the balls to say where it's from?
They're not like saying that they're all buddies from the same institute. Yeah.
They're acting as if they're just a whole bunch of random scientists bumping into each other from different fields. Oh my God, there is so much evidence.
Oh, hey, Bob. Yeah, I'm a biologist. Oh, I'm a biologist too. Yeah, you know about this biology thing. I'm not sure about evolution. Really, you too? You don't believe in evolution either? No, I think it's dumb.
Wow, no, it's not that we all have a actual narrative that we're trying to push forward. What's up, Randolph Richardson? Aaron's like, I believed in the evolution until that student letdown came in. And then, yeah, these gracious documentaries came to see me, and it opened my eyes. That's true.
Videotape number 7 on that, Steve.
You can see that on DVD number 5.
Arguments, and I had gone through a doctoral program in biochemistry, became a faculty member, and I had never even heard of these things. And so from that point,
they're not worth listening to.
In the question of evolution, and since have decided the Darwinian processes are not the whole explanation for life.
He's since changed his mind since joining the Institute.
Skepticism derived in large measure from what modern biology has revealed about life's most fundamental unit, the cell.
Once again, I just love that official voice. It just gives it that air. Even though they wrote this. This is a script, and this guy just got paid to say this.
I mean, it's like the laziest. Like, if you became a scientist and you're like, I really just don't want to do jack shit. I just want to get paid for having a degree, and then discovery. Oh, hey, are you willing to say evolution's false? I mean, are you gonna pay me? Yeah, we'll pay you. Okay, all right. You don't have to do research. You don't have to go out and do lab work. You don't have to really do shit. Just say you don't believe in evolution. Hey, yeah, to sell your soul to the dollar.
Also, yes, it is not only just cells, but very specifically Cell from Dragon Ball Z.
In the 19th century, when Darwin was alive, scientists thought that the basis of life, the cell, was some simple glob of protoplasm, like a little piece of jello or something that was not hard to explain at all.
Perception didn't really change too much until the early 1950s. But in the last half century, our knowledge of the cell has just exploded.
I like this little open there.
Did we get that from science or from the Bible?
Powerful technologies reveal elaborate microscopic worlds. Worlds so small that a thimbleful of...
And that's right, Beamsy. This guy is basically one of the more well-known... That looks like a Reese's cup. Don't have ADD at all. I don't know what you're talking about. This guy is one of the more well-known creationists, Michael Behe, who lost in Kitzmiller versus Dover. He had his bottom smacked.
Cultured liquid can contain more than 4 billion single-cell bacteria. Each
Really? Oh, wow.
Assembly instructions and miniature machines.
Bacteria are real small? I didn't know that.
Never have imagined.
It's like they engineered this for like a 4th grade level.
That's true, Johnny, but that's something you do when you're really kinky. Do. That's being nice. We discovered the Jesus cell. Yeah, basically. We are watching the scientists beginning to doubt the theory of evolution. We are officially halfway, because we're a quarter way through. We're officially halfway through. We're going to 30 minutes. We're going to the scientists beginning to doubt the theory of evolution, because this is a stream about evolution, not about abiogenesis, Mr. Behe.
Tools and cells run the show. We've discovered machines, literally molecular machines.
No.
There are little molecular trucks that carry supplies from one end
not
of the cell
literally,
to the other.
metaphorically.
There are machines which capture the energy from sunlight and turn it into usable energy.
There are as many molecular machines in the human body as there are functions that the body has to do. So if you think about hearing, seeing, smelling, tasting, feeling, blood clotting, respiratory action, the immune response, all of those require a host of machines.
When we look at these machines...
And give me one more second for... Oh my...
The immune, tasting, feeling. So if you think about machines in the human body...
Found him!
Seeing, smelling, tasting, feeling, blood clotting, respiratory action, the immune response, all of those require a host of machines.
When we look at these machines, we ask ourselves, where do they come from? And the standard answer, Darwinian evolution, is very inadequate in my view.
In speaking on the topic of scientific naturalism...
During the early
That's
at a
it.
series of academic conferences.
That's
Behe
an argument for
shared
incredulity.
about the ability of natural selection to construct complex molecular machines. One machine particularly attracted his attention.
I remember the first time I looked in a biochemistry textbook and I saw a drawing of something called a bacterial flagellum with all of its parts in all of its glory. It's had a propeller and the hook region and the drive shaft and the motor and so on. I looked at that and I said, that's an outboard motor. That's designed. That's no.
Also, another thing that they bring up over and over, bacterial flagellum. Say it in their sleep. You think there's an extra thing in the genes that creates us for stupidity? My lordy. I don't know. I will say that there's a high propensity for people who accept superstitious belief systems from the internet like flat earth. And I just wonder if it's like very much similar to the same mechanism. I know. Flagellum again.
They can't get over it.
Oh, a physics professor. And I should have looked up the guy. Well, it was early on now that I think. Like I said, they are rubbing these titles a lot. One or two of them are actual biologists, and then the others are philosophers and physicists. Once again, there is absolutely nothing wrong with being a philosopher or physicist. That's it. Both noble professions. What's not noble is lying about what your title is. You should enjoy, embrace, be proud of whatever your field is. I feel that I can talk with wide authority on any information technology, multimedia, and a range of technological subjects. I feel like I can speak with authority on them. But when it comes to physics, as James said, we are saying what the physicists tell us.
They're instructing us, not the other way around.
Behe's reaction was not surprising.
That's their field. They
motors
should.
That drive bacteria through liquid. Each depend upon a system of intricately arranged.
They know way more than we do.
These parts come into focus when portions of a cell are magnified.
Also, that also is just one of the wiser things that I feel like maybe as you get older, I hate to be ageist in that direction, but you just start to understand that you can get knowledge from other people, that you are in fact not the smartest person, and that one of the smart things to learn is that you can reach out to people who are smart in their fields. That's a knowledgeable thing to know, which is tautology, a knowledgeable thing to know.
What's like the opposite? The Dunning-Kruger is when you learn a little bit and you think you know a lot, but in reality, once you get to a point, you learn that the more you learn, the more you still have to learn. You know.
Are you trying to tell me that iron doesn't make stars?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Holy. Well, that was a claim by a creationist that we talked to. And all right, we're going back into the scientists.
No iron required to make a star. It works just fine without it.
Yes, it requires chocolate chips.
50,000 times. Biochemists have used electron micrographs like this one to identify the parts and three-dimensional structure of the flagellar motor.
He said flagellar.
In the process, they have revealed...
I like how they're showing it like an actual...
on a miniaturized scale.
Howard Berg at Harvard has labeled it the most efficient machine in the universe. These machines, some of them are running 100,000 RPMs and are hardwired into a signal transduction or a sensory mechanism so that it's...
Have you seen a Sharpie?
And even though they're spinning that fast, they can stop on a dime. It only takes
a
for them to stop and shift directions and start spinning 100,000 RPM in the other direction.
And just like outboard motors on motorboats, it has a large number of parts which are necessary.
Oh, baby, I know a lot of things on motorboats. I can give you one later.
For the motor to work.
the bacterial flagellum, 2 gears, forward and reverse, water cooled.
Once again, also not true. There are multiple ways that this could have evolved and multiple different uses for what is the tail of things like the bacterial flagellum. Yes. Oh, here we go. They are actual rotors. Do your homework. They are the ways in which they're able to move around. They are analogous to what we would see in something like a rotary device. Evolution, shevolution. Also, welcome, also patient. We like having the other side. I will say when you put in all caps, it just makes it look like you're screaming. However, we'll keep on reading it out because we can't help ourselves. We love the other side. Welcome, and we hope you feel at home. We are talking the scientists beginning to doubt the theory of evolution.
Proton motive force, it has a stator, it has a rotor, it has a U-joint, it has a drive shaft, it has a propeller, and they function as these parts of the machine.
You know what else has a drive shaft, James?
That we give them these names. That's truly their function.
Since its discovery, scientists tried to understand how a rotary motor could have arisen through natural selection. As yet, they have failed to offer any detailed Darwinian explanation.
That's called an argument for incredulity.
And a feature of molecular machines known as irreducible complexity.
Oh boy, here we go. Our first card on the table, whether you're playing Uno, Yu-Gi-Oh, or poker. They're putting their first card down.
So this has been refuted over and over again, but they're just going to reassert it anyway. Like, oh, have you heard of the Yeah, it's been debunked dozens of times. Yeah, but have you ever heard of irreducible complexity?
Try it in your home today. No trans fats. What? And are you calling me fat? No, it's just been debunked. There is no irreducibly complex mechanism of the body. Indeed. Indeed, that's Behe's favorite and only card. I text in all caps for easy read. Okay, well, I understand. Send in love. We hope that you're having a good time out there.
Without all caps.
We may have an easier chance convincing him that a God doesn't exist. But I'm just sending love out there. We love everyone. A part of the Skeptic and Ranting community. We're the cuddly version of politically incorrect. We say whatever is on our hearts and sleeves. However, it just tends to be irreverent nonsense. Very, very irreverent nonsense.
In describing these molecular machines. Basically what it says is that you have multi-component parts to any given organelle or system in a cell, all of which are necessary for function. If you remove one part, you lose function.
I'm a master debater. I'm right there with you.
The idea of irreducible complexity can be illustrated by a familiar
sometimes in the shower.
Machine.
No, it can't be.
A mousetrap.
No,
the trap is composed of 5.
Once again, there's a difference between a mousetrap, which has been built out of very specific parts so it can have a very specific function, and then something that has been naturally selected. Yes, that actually because that's the difference. A natural organism that got made from hokey pokey and other natural ways, or from us going out and collecting tools and thinking about it and being like, how should we do this? And testing it. Natural selection, the only testing it gets is, I hope you don't run in front of the car. That is the test. Like, you take yourself out of the game. Everything else is a natural mechanism.
5 basic pieces. A catch to hold the bait. A strong spring. A thin bent rod called the hammer. A holding bar to secure the hammer in place. And a platform upon which the entire system is mounted. If any one of these parts is missing,
someone say mounted,
the mechanism will not work. All components of this irreducibly complex system must be present simultaneously for the machine to perform its function, catching mice. Irreducible complexity also applies to biological machines, including the bacterial flagellar motor.
No, it does not.
There are about 40 different protein parts which are necessary for this machine to work. And if any of
Made
those
by
parts are
Acme
missing,
Co. That's
then
right, which means it's going to explode any second now.
either you get a flagellum that doesn't work because it's missing the hook or it's missing the drive shaft or whatever, or it doesn't even get built.
Yes, probably
within the
they
cell.
did get.
In evolutionary terms, you have to be able to explain how you can build this system gradually when there's no function until you have all those parts in place.
The irreducible complexity of molecular machines poses a severe challenge to the power of natural selection.
No, it doesn't.
According to Darwin's theory,
No, it doesn't.
even very complex biological structures like an eye, an ear, or a heart can be built gradually over time in small incremental steps.
Indeed.
And he's
Yet,
right.
as Darwin made clear, natural selection can only succeed if these random genetic changes
Guy
provide
loves
some
seals. By the way, whenever I say I love carnivora, you're like, what the fuck's a carnivora? Okay. Well, of course, you know a cat and a dog, but they're part of carnivora. Seals are carnivora. They are predators. They're not on any lists like any Dawaist that we know. It's a different type of predator. Indeed. But we are watching the scientists beginning to doubt the theory of evolution, and no, they aren't.
advantage to the evolving organism in its struggle for survival.
As I have attempted to show, it is not necessary to suppose that the modifications are all simultaneous if they were extremely slight and gradual. Natural selection is scrutinizing the slightest variations, rejecting those that are bad, preserving and adding up all that are good.
But could Darwin's small, favorable variations have produced a bacterial flagellum? Some scientists doubt the possibility.
Yes.
How could something new, like a bacterioflagellar motor and all the components that go with it, how could it develop out of a population of bacteria that don't have that system? When each change, according to Darwin's theory, has to provide some kind of advantage.
Imagine such a scenario early in the Earth's history. An evolving bacterium somehow develops a tail and perhaps even the pieces necessary to attach it to the cell wall. Yet without a complete motor assembly, this innovation would provide no advantage to the cell. Instead, the tail would lie immobile and useless, invisible to natural selection, which by definition can only favor changes that aid survival.
The logic of natural selection is very
don't cause death.
Unless the flagellum mechanism is completely assembled and actually works, natural selection simply cannot preserve it. It cannot be passed on to the next generation.
The important thing to realize about natural selection is it selects only for a functional advantage. In most cases, natural selection actually eliminates things that have no function or that have a function that harms the organism. So if you had a bacterium with a tail that didn't function as a flagellum, chances are natural selection would eliminate it. The only way you can select for a flagellum is if you have a flagellum that works, and that means you have to have all the pieces of the motor in place to begin with. So natural selection can't get you the bacterial flagellum. It can only work after the flagellum is there and operating.
In 1996, Michael Behe published a book titled Darwin's Black Box. In it, he argued that natural selection, Darwin's designer substitute, could not explain the origin of the bacterial flagellum or any...
Again, he's making that claim with no argument, just an assertion.
Baseless assertion.
Indeed. If you could change the heart, minds, and more likely the brains of scientists, that would be nice.
Other irreducibly complex biological system. Instead, Behe concluded that the integrated complexity of these systems pointed to intelligent design.
And he's wrong.
Darwin's black box created immediate controversy. Over 75 publications, including some of the world's leading newspapers and scientific journals, reviewed the book. Some scientists praised Behe's work, while others dismissed it as unscientific and religiously motivated. Behe's critics also insisted that he had underestimated...
I don't know where they would get that idea, Amy.
They argued that the flagellar motor could have been constructed from parts used to build simpler molecular machines, like this needle-nose cellular pump. If the components of the pump already existed, they could have been preserved by natural selection, even before the bacterial motor arose. This theory is called co-option.
It's essentially saying that evolution or natural selection at some point was able to borrow components of one molecular machine and build a new machine with some of these components.
Scott Minnick has studied the
I also like how it was just, well, he concluded. And so it's like, oh, this big thing. Like we're going on a journey with him. Oh, well then he can present papers and not just a book. A lot of these guys publish books. I'm writing a book. That's nice. You should go out into the field and publish something. What's up, Reid?
Oh, but then it would be peer reviewed. It would be peer reviewed by the mean, nasty evolutionists, and they wouldn't like it. So I can't do that. I have to write a book for people who don't know anything about the topic, and let them gobble it up like shit in a trough.
The bacterial flagella is the friends we made along the way. Isn't it true, though?
flagellar motor for nearly 20 years. His research has led him to challenge the co-option argument.
With the bacterial flagellum, you're talking about a machine that's got 40 structural parts. Yes, we find 10 of them are involved in another molecular machine, but the other 30 are unique. So where are you going to borrow them from? Eventually, you're going to have to account for the function of every single part as originally having some other purpose. So you can only follow that argument so far until you run into the problem of you're borrowing parts.
I know. These are best-selling authors, y'all.
That you have all the parts necessary to build one of these machines. That's only part of the problem. Maybe even more complex, I think more complex, is the assembly instructions. That is never addressed by opponents of the irreducible complexity.
He has 9 children?
Studies
Can
of the
someone get that man a condom?
An even deeper level of complexity, where its construction not only requires specific parts, but also a precise sequence of assembly.
His poor wife.
Things at the right time. You've got to make the right number of components. You've got to assemble them in a sequential manner. You've got to be able to tell if you've assembled it properly so that you don't waste energy building a structure that's not going to be functional.
It's a little early for dad jokes. Oh,
Building a molecular machine has been compared to the construction of a house, where workers follow a detailed blueprint and plan for assembly. The foundation of a house is poured before the walls are erected. Plumbing and electrical fixtures.
By the way, this is also how I 3D model stuff, and I'm trying to think of something witty. This is how they're getting their new Sims built. There we go.
Are installed prior to enclosing the walls of the structure. Windows must be hung before siding is applied, and shingles are attached only after plywood sheets.
My goddess, though, look at this, the most modern 3D image, computer imaging they could create, James.
It's cutting edge for 1996.
I know. Well, what I can tell you is this documentary was cutting edge, but what does that tell you? It's good. I mean, that's why they have the fancy voice. I can't imagine how much they spent on in the beginning, or I can't even. I forget what the exact phrasing is. Anyway, sending love. We are saying the scientists beginning to doubt the theory of evolution.
So it is with the construction of a flagellar motor.
You build this structure from the inside out. You are counting the number of components in a ring structure or the stator. And once that's assembled, there's feedback.
It does feel like
no
1996.
Component now, a rod is added.
Yeah.
A ring is, another rod is added.
And yes, that does mean we are now old.
Size,
exactly,
and a certain degree of bend, about a quarter turn, that's shut off, and then you start adding components for the propeller. These are all made in a precise sequence, just like
sending love to Oz and Jenna.
To build a motor correctly requires a complex system of machines that coordinate the timing of the assembly instructions. But how could natural selection construct such a system?
Slowly, after having a single mutation that is useful, and then having benign mutations that eventually become useful, or oftentimes it is possible just have a mutation adding right away. So now you have 2 beneficial mutations that continue to stick around, and it adds and adds and adds.
The co-option argument doesn't explain this. You see, in order to construct
that is, Osha, that is the only thing. And I will say that most young Earth creationists, they will grant us microevolution. And I always say, well, I mean, that's evolution.
They have to.
The only thing you need is now for it to keep
just
on
deny
going.
the time scale.
Is your flagella irreducibly complex? Oh my, a little bit on good days.
Mechanism, or tens of thousands.
But I'll ask, and this is what it's. This is what the debate is, Osa. We say slow and you say fast, right? If I were to ask you, how did God make a goat? It's my go-to for animals. Get me to it. Here's God, and here's a goat. What was the in-between?
Of other such mechanisms in the cell, you require other machines to regulate the assembly of these structures. And those machines themselves require machines for their assembly.
If even one of these pieces is missing or put in the wrong place, your motor isn't going to work.
You can have other things. It's different from the tools that we create, like a car, which have pieces that are necessarily there
for one thing and one thing only. This is different.
But this is what I mean, Osa. You are killing me, my man. This is what I mean. You make fun of me when I say that it takes time. It's slow. It's gradual. But listen to the opposite. Boom. God made a goat. There you go. What more do you need than that explanation? Everything. Basically everything is what we need. We love you, though. We're open-minded, but God made goat, boom, is the answer I almost expected, and yet it's not very explanatory.
So this apparatus to assemble the flagellar motor is itself irreducibly complex.
Flagellar.
In fact, what we have here is irreducible complexity all the way down.
We know a lot about
All
the
the way
bacterial flagella.
down.
We still have a lot to learn, but we know a lot about it. And there's no explanation for how this complex molecular machine
There are multiple explanations for how it came about.
was ever produced by a Darwinian mechanism.
150 years ago, scientists did not know about irreducibly complex molecular machines. Yet Charles...
Funny enough, they still don't. James, it must be catching up with them.
Darwin anticipated the difficulty that systems such as these could pose to his theory.
If it could be demonstrated that any complex organ existed which could not possibly have been formed by numerous successive...
I think it's funny. It's Charles Darwin, but just the way that the font, it's written like it's Lord of the Rings.
Slight modifications, my theory would absolutely break down.
Well, it's a good thing that hasn't happened, so yeah.
Why, hello, Christ brings a sword. I bring a sword too, but it's a little... What?
A dagger.
A dagger. Once again, we're back to dating videos. Oh, we're almost about the end. James, the fun happened so quickly.
It was so fast.
It was so fast. Though it always is our first time. I know. That was one of the only times I've ever done it. Because I felt so bad. I'm trying to think if I've ever gave
partial
him
refund.
A partial, because it was he really gave for an hour and it was so fast that I was like, I felt bad. I literally felt bad. Da 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 da. We're about to be switching into the open mic. If you disagree with us, it's going to be great. You can rate 8 out of 8 and join us on here. You don't have to be irate. But we are about to finish up the scientists beginning to doubt the theory of evolution as they start to talk about.
Okay. Have we heard from any real actual scientists beginning to doubt evolution?
No. We basically heard a circle jerk of a bunch of creationists.
Paid creationists, professional.
Paid creationists.
People who are paid to lie.
Indeed. And notice, not a goddamn word about the Discovery Institute. That's what I just mean. Like, it's the little things about it. Like, it could say at the beginning, paid for. They could say Discovery Institute fellow down at the bottom. But it doesn't, because they want to make it look like, James, this is the coming together, the greatest minds.
Experts from all over the industry and all
they
over. They
fell over themselves in the airport. A whole bunch of scientists. It's amazing.
Yeah, but biology professors like, hey, I'm just not sure about this evolution thing. You too? Really? You too? Me too. I'm not sure about it either.
Wow. Also, Christ brings the sword. When you say this, it just. Like, that's what we're supposed to say. But, like, which team are you on? It's true. All the cool people are going to be in hell. We'll be having a grand old time. I hear they have great vodka down there. It's a hell. See, this is what I mean. It's a highway to hell. Maybe off kilo. Anyway, sending so much.
Is he a flurf, Big Bad Mama? I don't doubt it.
Is he a flurf? Oh, well, I mean, it doesn't surprise me because, well, James, this is our new thing. At least it's I like 60%, right? Flat or young Earth. Like, if we were just to cut all these people who disagreed about the Earth, it would be like, we would just be talking about, like, aliens and Bigfoot. I'd do it, though. I feel like that's what we should be doing. I would pay money to have that happen because we'd probably get to Mars that much quicker. For the love of Jeebus, let that happen.
Christ on a cock.
Davegar says, here's a question. In all of your counter-apologetics and vast education, have you ever encountered the term reducible complexity? That is a good question. No. Reducible
I don't even know what it
complexity. That would mean something could end up being simple. Trying to work it through in my brain. Could feel you're right. It's a PR term, irreducible complexity. It is made. James and I feel like we're saying the same thing now. They want to sound technical. We want to convey information. Just two different goals. Two way different goals. But no, I haven't. Don't think anyone else has either. If the Earth was pretzel-shaped, what would that prove? That the Earth would be delicious. And I'll tell you why it's the young and flat, or the young and flat verse. Like if we just had to deal with all this Earth shit, because it's important to the Bible. That's why it's important. You guys can say, why do we care about it so much? But it's you guys who care about it. If you didn't give about it, you would say, this is what the experts are telling us. This is what the scientists, the people who actually don't have a lot of money, like they always are, like they try to make. I wish scientists were as glamorous as the creationists pretend to make them out to be. Like we should make them as high paying as the creationists think that it should be, when it almost ends up being the preachers who make a lot of money. The Earth is a sphere. Good. I'm glad to have the team round. Now, let's ask you one more. How do you think that the Earth is closer to 6000 or 4.50000000? Because it's a difference of 99%. It's the difference between someone putting a $6,000 paycheck in your bank account and someone putting a $4.5 billion check in your bank account. It is a significant difference. And so, like, if you accept the age of the Earth and the size and the shape and my lordy, and evolution and Big Bang and all of it, I mean, at the end of the day, if you accept all that and it's just Jesus, then let's talk about it over a beer. Like at that point, you are pro-science, I'm pro-science. Let's just have a conversation, and we'll literally break bread. We'll go to Hooters, baby. We'll go wherever you want. So here we go.
You don't have to be a basement alumni, university alumni graduate.
But Osa, scientists are saying you're wrong by a percentile of 99%. It's not like young, and I don't even like the framing of young and old, because that is bullshit. Because the old Earth, the 4.5 billion year old, that's young. We are a baby freaking, we are only on like tier 3 of stars, and the universe is going to be around for a long. Oh, Cooper saying hi. Rachel Lance.
Now, our sun isn't even like a quarter of the way through its life cycle yet.
Indeed. So, I think our sun is actually halfway through. I think around.
Closer to halfway through its life cycle.
I do believe. Nonetheless, that's not that bad. I'll take another billion. Yes, the reason that billions are young is if you understand that the universe is going to be trillions, much more than trillions. Googleton. It's going to be numbers that make billions look embarrassingly small. So that's what I mean by I also want to give one more. It's about, you're saying 27? Okay, I would be corrected, but aren't we 4.5 billion years, and the Earth and the Sun is only going to last to around 8 to 9 billion years? How many billions of years is the Sun going to go until it red giants? I want to go to Hooters. Good wings. Great things to look at too. I need to make Femboy Hooters real. It needs to be an actual thing. But let's finish. We're at the ending point. We might as well get to there now.
There are really two big questions in biology. How do you get new living forms with new structures like wings and eyes from life that already exists? And secondly, how did life originate on Earth in the first place?
And there we go. We were at the ending point anyway. So they're switching subjects. If you do you notice that little gradual
the pivot?
The little pivot away from evolution to abiogenesis. What's up, Yudif? We are close to self-destruction, mankind. Let me tell you, Osa. Let me tell you something that you may not often hear. The opposing viewpoint of that. Humans are going to be around for a unfortunate long time. We're going to keep on affecting the planet bigger and bigger and bigger as we get to the point where the only place that we see other animals is in exhibits and zoos and our own homes and Wendy's. Maybe not even Wendy's. So, we are pretty resilient. We've been around for 100 to 200,000 years. Oh, I didn't go to my emotional point. I said I was going to give you an emotional point for why you should accept the older Earth. Older, because I shouldn't even say old. The older Earth is that if you are a family man, if you are in favor of family values, if you want to honor, let me put this up. You want to hold on, let me do this. We just watched the opposing viewpoint. You could feel the gears working in my head. Forgive me, ladies and gentlemen. The scientists beginning to doubt evolution in the first half from the channel Parable Religious History Documentary. We're about to go into the open mic. But why is it important if you are a family man, someone who respects family and has all these values? Well, if you think that you're giving respect when you only give respect to 6,000 to 10,000 years of ancestry, at least of humans, you are getting rid of 9/10, 90% of your ancestors who lived and died, your blood ancestors who lived and died, who had families, who had arguments with their
You wouldn't
wives.
be alive if they died.
You would not be alive. 100 to 200,000 years of Homo sapien. Homo. You really?
And they had to survive on a world that was a lot more hostile than we have today.
They
didn't have modern technology, medicine, modern healthcare. They didn't have any of that. They had to just survive basically on their own.
And once again, they're in the grave. They're not going to feel the pain if you don't give them respect. You can say, my religious views, I have my book. It says what it says, even though it doesn't say that. That's actually Bishop Usher's chronology, making up as he goes along. But if you are a family man and you respect family, you respect your family, your ancestry, 100,000 years living, having daughters, sons, uncles, aunts. They were grandmas and grandpas. Even evolutionists disagree when a monkey evolved into actual humans. That is because a monkey is a closely related species to us. We evolved from a monkey-like organism that was similar to humans and monkeys, though they are more evolved than that early monkey ancestor, just like we are more evolved. It would actually do them a disservice to look at them, because monkeys of today are 4.5 billion years old, evolved as well. We just go, they look a little bit more like our earlier relatives, even though they probably have a more advanced immune system and many other things that are not, what is the word? Not on the outside, externally, that look like that. But a monkey is just as evolved as we are right now. We're the grandfather of Monkey Man. No.
An amoeba is just as evolved as we are.
But once again, if I were to ask you for anything in return, like you want this complex process that I think we could actually give you. But if I were to ask you, how did a man... Might be a cat coming in. We order cats by the hour. Hi, baby girl, buttercup. She's coming in and coming out. I also see Ember coming down there. I see Brian Stevens in chat. What is up there? When autoplay takes you here. Lovely to have you. Whoever you are watching is amazing. Unless they're a young Earth creationist, in which case they were amazing for having the same SEO tags that link you up to here. And we have Ember and Beamsy already backstage, but we need just as evolved. Maybe it was.
Well, we got them lining up back there.
But we need theists. We need creationists. Come one, come all. If you disagree with us, this is your time to get triggered by the fact that we're related.
Tell us why you're wrong.
Amoeba. Yes. I know, I'm seeing, Johnny, that they're way more genetically complex. Not only are they genetically complex, but there are amoeba in almost every different type of strata of organisms. So there are fungi amoeba, there are animal amoeba, there are single-celled amoeba or archaea amoeba. there's all sorts of, and then they wonder why we could be related to amoeba, because amoebas are amazing. Rejose. And okay, we're going to just do the quick midterm shout-outs of stuff and shilling, and then we're just going to go right into it. If you enjoy the show, many ways to send support. We love saying hi to you. If you just tag us, actually, at James W. or Amy Newman, we'll just talk about whatever you're talking about. We'll just say hi. If you send a super chat, we will get it up on screen and have fun and do all sorts of Wilson with the props because we can't help ourselves. And if you are a lovely Twitch subscriber, you can get flares and bears. If you are a channel member, channel membership is right down below. You hit that big join button and then you trigger the creationist because this indeed evolves. You can see all our different badges in chat. Little icons, which I think are actually really adorable. And you can also get the best way to help us at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which I'll send in there again. But with that, I think we're going to go on into the open mic. So we have the open mic pinned and on screen. And James, is your body ready? Oh, that's right. Can't believe you would say something so daring. And so, woohoo! I see a big $2 super chat from Davegar. Been a fun stream so far. Woohoo! Thanks. Absolutely. Sending so much love to Davegar because he sends love as James gets sent to Satan. No! But we actually love Satan because he's on our side. He actually helps us sell timeshares in hell. We are roommates with Gilbert Godfrey, which is, it's actually not too bad of a roomie. His voice actually puts us to bed at night. Only slightly less nasally than mine, coincidentally enough. And so thank you so very much, Dave Gar, for all the love and support and for helping our brain cells out when we listen to all of these creationist talking points. And oh my Lord, I think we lost a few tonight, but only a few. There are people out there that actually listen to this and go, wow, I learned something. Oh my Lord. Thank you, Behe. It's irreducibly complex. No, it's not. And all right. Let's get Ember and then Beamsy
Put
in
that
here.
shit away, Newman.
That's right. Goes back down onto the girl deck. And Ness, are you a theist? Do you disagree with us? Oh my.
He is, yeah.
Gosh darn it. Not a theist. Okay, good. We're going to keep on going into the list.
I thought he was. My mistake.
There you go. Technically, this is supposed to be our community outreach show anyway. James, you can see how thirsty we are to debate. Like, I might as well just... But that's okay. We're sending love out there. Skeptic and Ranting. This is definitely the PG-13
out, but they know it's a trap.
Different thing. We're going to have to transition. No. Open mic. Focus. F-U-C-U-S. We are Skeptic and Ranting on Scientists Beginning to Doubt Evolution. And we are bringing Ember in with us. Do-do-do-do-do. Phenomena. What's up, Ember?
Hello.
Great to have you on. We are Skeptic and Ranting.
Oh, shoot, I'm not hearing anything. Hold on.
Oh, that's okay. I will just do this. Welcome, Ember. We are Skeptic and Ranting on scientists beginning to doubt evolution. I hope you're
I wasn't
having
sure
a
which
fun
headset
time.
would work.
That's okay. Listen, I am sympathetic to that problem. Okay, I'm just gonna put that as gotta have a wired, a wireless. These things. But yes, we're Skeptic and Ranting on the scientists beginning to doubt evolution. What are your thoughts about the video, the subject, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, video was kind of not impressive. I mean, you know, we saw all the expected things, our mousetrap and our bacterial motor, and you know, the usual. Of course, it's an older video too.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so very much, Ember. Welcome on board. Lovely to have you. And before we get Beamsy and then Ness and then what's up, Peter?
Thanks, Ember.
And I know. So since Pat, what's up, Pat? Since when did having a bachelor's degree in anything make you an expert, not only in the field, but also an expert in every associated field? Hint, never. Now, sending love to anyone who gets even an associate's or a bachelor's degree. But yes, absolutely. They pretend that a lot of these guys have higher education or graduate education, I should say, graduate level or graduate school level education and masters or PhDs when they don't. And the thing that they love to do is swap around expertise. They love when they're talking about biology to get a physicist, or when they're talking about cosmology to get a biologist. And they did that multiple times in this video. The most...
Bring a chemist in when they're talking about archaeology.
Only one or two of those guys actually have masters or any level of whatever in biology. At their most dishonest, they said that someone who just had a philosophy degree was a biologist. Now, once again, a biology degree. My new joke with James is we no longer shit on basket weaving, because basket weaving is an actual skill set that takes time and energy and craft. And so it's the people that go to University of Basement, those like the Kent Hovens as well, and the people that, once again, if you are a dentist, just tell us that. It's okay. We like dentists. Just don't tell us about your views or cosmology have anything to do with anything. But yes, let's get Beamsy in.
Why anybody should care what they are, your views on that.
Well, exactly. Well, I'll bring you on to talk about good dental hygiene, why I know that having healthy teeth in you and your other animal friends, your pets, it makes you live longer, because having it leads to all sorts of problems in your liver and all sorts of bad things. But okay, you should be talking about that subject. The moment that I hear you talk about, and then the universe began, and you're like, no, I'm sorry, I came here for fluoride. It is just something a little bit different.
What if I told you I ordered an archaeology textbook off of eBay, and I've spent about 3 or 4 days going through it, so I think, you know, I should be qualified to be considered an expert.
I wouldn't have accepted it if it was 1 or 2, but 3 or 4,
3
basically
or 4
a
days,
scholar.
I mean, yeah.
And all right, we're getting Beamsy in. We are Skeptic and Ranting on
So
scientists
coincidentally,
beginning.
the last creationist video that I watched had a dentist on it, Joe Martin, I think.
Really? Well, that's what they do. They like bringing in experts, which, once again, I hate shitting on anyone who puts time and money, gosh knows how much debt that, you know, people collect. But it's not about that. It's that they are lying. Omitting detail is a form of lying. And so I don't know what to say other than bring us actual experts. But I agree. And Beamsy, we are Skeptic and Ranting on the scientists beginning to doubt the theory of evolution. I hope you're doing well, Beamsy. And what are your thoughts about the video, the topic, or anything to talk about tonight?
I think the reason they bring in dentists is because they've got a greater oral fixation than you do, Amy.
I don't know if that's possible, but you may be right.
But when it comes down, one of the comments that was in the chat from Christ, science just follows what the money says. They've got that the wrong way around, because if you look at within the field that I was studying, there are people calling petrochemical engineers. They are probably the highest paid scientists out there because their job is very, very difficult, and they're the ones that find all the oil and petrochemicals. If you really want to get a good degree and get some good money, their base salary is around $600,000 US a year, and that's just starting salary. And they really don't do much work other than studying things that other people do. But they know what they're talking about, so that's a little bit different. And as I showed you in the chat, Amy, the mousetrap evolved from the tie clip. That was shown in the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial.
Really? Oh, that's so funny. Well, I mean, if you are completely right, that's so funny. If we just take a second to think about all of the things that has been done in engineering, there's a history of engineering. There would be an evolution, obviously. That's funny. That is downright trolling, and yet, I mean, that's kind of what they deserve, right?
No, that's what Kenneth Miller did in the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial. He actually wanted to prove that the irreducible complexity is a stupid comment by saying that, it doesn't work if it's all this. Yes, but if you take some other things off, it can do other work, and that's what he was pointing out.
We can always put things in our mouths. Sorry, looking at oral fixation comments. And yes, but Beamsy, thank you so very much.
Focus, Newman. F-U-C-U-S.
I think Ness was next, and then Peter, and then Stephanie, who welcome on board. Ness, who, by the way, is my favorite character from Earthbound. He doesn't say anything. He is one of those mutes, just like the Half-Life main character. Anyway, Ness, we are Skeptic and Ranting on scientists beginning to doubt evolution. I hope you're having a fun time. What are your thoughts about the video, the topic, or anything we talked about tonight?
Well, to be fair, I haven't seen the whole video. I was on and off over the entire stream, but for what I get, it's the mostly typical for what I would expect, and not very impressive.
Yeah, basically. Just normal. If anything, this seems like the video that the other creationists have been probably listening to for the past however many years. But this is, Michael Behe. If we are playing a survival horror game, you kind of have to go to like the stem of the problem. And so, Stephen Myers, Michael Behe, we've found the Raccoon City, unfortunately. And so we are now just going to have to fight through as many zombies as we can. And with that, thank you, Ness. We got two more. Welcome on board. We got Pieter. We are Skeptic and Ranting about scientists beginning to doubt evolution. And what are your thoughts about the topic, the video, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Oh, so my thoughts on the topic, I could elaborate extensively on my thoughts on the topic, but so Nestle and we're already doing that on Jackson Wheat's channel. So if you want to see more on the topic, we're currently going through these guys. This is Stephen Meyer, John Lennox, and my favorite car mechanic, as you can see in Jackson's intro, Mr. Behe. So we've been doing this for I think, Nestle, a couple of months now, I think?
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
So, and fun fact, not a lot of science, just a lot of speculation, science denial, pseudoscience, and the odd Bible verse. That is what these guys are all about. I mean, there's not a lot there's not a lot they actually bring to the table when it comes to stuff like that, and I mean, I do have to address Beamsy for a bit, because Beamsy said they usually bring dentists, but see, Beamsy, this is because the Old Testament used to be an oral tradition, so dentists back then were pretty important. And
True.
The fun fact, the weird thing is why they still bring these people, because these days we know creationists are talking out of their ass, so why would you need a dentist? I mean, a proctologist, maybe, but who knows? Yeah, other than that,
you know, good proctologist, maybe?
Yeah.
Why, yes, I do. Hold on. Hold on. Let me get them. Hi, I'm here to do your experiment, or experiment with your butt. I mean, your proctology exam. What we talking?
What we need here is a probe.
For some strange reason, Amy, when you said that, I had this vision of John Morris Pendleton coming back from the dead in his lab coat and approaching you from behind. I mean, that would have been
all the way from Zacatecas.
All the way from Zacatecas, and he flew in on a pterodactyl that he caught himself. But yeah, sadly, that never happened. It's an ongoing topic, creationism versus not evolution, because that's not the thing. It's the entire field of modern science, whether it's genetics, biology, history, paleontology, everything. There's no field in science that they won't deny in order to cram the entire history of the universe into 6,000 years. And which reminds me, if you want to hear more about that topic, Amy, and you're probably I think responsible for this ever happening.
I just want to say, officer, you can't prove that, and so you're going.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can, because it's all on video. You introduced us to the character otherwise known as P-Town, and
oh yeah.
I mean, I love you, P-Town.
On Tuesday, P-Town is going to be back on my channel, and I get to shut up for the entire episode because he's going to be talking to the incredible Dr. Josh Bowen.
Wow.
And this is going to be, let's say, about
Amy, getting a little warm over there?
Did and didn't happen in the Old Testament.
Come on. Doesn't he look a little Tom Cruise, just like the lower res image?
Oh, well, below? Amy, you can't say that for sure. I'm trying to do Dr. Josh's Kent Hovind voice, and I fail spectacularly. But
so you're doing an impression of an impression?
Yes. I'm really proud that I get to have these two people chatting on our channel. That's going to be pretty awesome, and I'm really looking forward to that. So, and I just got that's going to be on Tuesday. Tuesdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Pacific, whatever fun time zone you're in the U.S., because you can't all be on the same time, apparently.
The 21st, next Tuesday, right?
Yes.
Also, good night to Brian. What is up, Binge? And what is up, Captive Desk? And everyone that's still hanging out with us. And we're about to, I'm about to give it over. We're about to enter Stephanie, but Peter, right back over to you.
one last thing. Neslik and I today have our day off because Jackson had a video that he wanted to premiere on his channel where he and Dapper Dinosaur are talking to a guy, young Earth creationist called Jeremy Spry. And Jeremy Spry has just replied to me, and he's going to be on my channel as well sometime soon. So I could say I'm back in doing things again, other than doing things for other people, which I'm still doing.
Oh, I just want you to.
What does Jeremy want to talk about, Peter?
I'm good. I want to talk about why he believes and what he believes and why. That's my shtick. I want to know the reason, because we both come from a pretty secular country, Neslik. I've never been religious. There's not a lot of religion going on in my neck of the woods. So I'm always interested. Yeah, but you're in the South. You're in the Dutch Bible Belt. I mean, you get a pass for that. That's just.
You guys have a Bible Belt too?
Yes. I mean, there's not a lot left, I think. We have Bible enclaves, I think, right now. A few Bible enclaves.
Little pockets left.
Yeah, a few pockets left where there are still weird religious people.
Hey,
but
can I jump in for what Ozo just said and how stupid that question was?
Oh,
one more thing. I wanted to clarify
super chat thing.
One thing about Amy's video. Amy, do you recall when you just played that video, the animation of the bacterial flagellum?
Yes.
They made an animated. Yeah, see, that wasn't
That
an
probably
animation.
cost them $50,000 back.
No, that's not an animation. That is actual footage of Kent Hovind's 15 feet animated whale penis. I'm just saying.
Oh, seen it. It's all coming
How
together.
dare you?
Well, Kent Hovind's the reason I'm here, so I can make fun of him.
Yes, I would say Ken Hovind and whoever he met in the truck stop is why I'm here. And observation.
Oh no.
Pay for child support, Daddy. Anyway, we are here. Speaking of paying, I will say it's not a super chat, but you're baiting us because you're a creationist. So we will say we'll read out anything that baits us enough, or tag us at James W. or Amy Newman. We'll also sow super chats on screen, but I know Beamsy and myself both want to say, if Big Bang created space via expansion / explosion, no slash, was the universe an eternal solid mass before that? It was very specifically my achy breaky heart, serious inquiry. Beamsy?
The aspect of the Big Bang was not an explosion. It was actually a change in state from a hot and dense state to a cool and sparse, and we're still actually undergoing that process. The concept of something being solid, you'd need to have physical matter. In the state that the universe was in, it was just energy. So now we've actually shifted from a state of pure energy, and we're actually going to a state of pure matter. This is when there'll be a point in which the big wisps happen, is one of the concepts of what could possibly happen from that. But we don't know, in the same way we don't know what existed before the Big Bang or at the point of the process we call the Big Bang. What you're asking is malformed. Yes, energy could be God, or there could be a God that created that energy, or there could be a further universe beyond that, or there could be a quantum state beyond that. Would you like to know how many different hypotheses are out there in regards to what was at the point before the Big Bang? I can name thousands.
Or a quantum realm.
And Beamsy. So if you be specific, if you want to be specific, energy is matter is slowed down energy, and because we all know that Amy's is wildly ahead of us, that explains why she's always late.
It's the time distortion effect from moving too close to the speed of light.
It's not entirely accurate, but that's an easy way to explain it to other people.
Yeah. It was an easy way to make a cheap joke at Amy.
And if you wanted to know, Peter, the reason why they actually get mostly dentists instead of actual proper scientists is because their proctologists are too busy dealing with everything else. That's why the dentists have nothing to do.
A lot of stuff coming out.
No. I don't know exactly why the proctologists aren't available, because they're actually looking for new creationist arguments.
They've been at it for hundreds of years.
I'm worried about going to my proctologist again, because last time he did an examination, I felt both his hands on my shoulder.
Oh, no.
I was going to say that's the last time I go to my eye doctor because he tried. God damn. You know what? I'm just getting Stephanie in. It's the last time he has to use gloves. Anyway, we're getting Stephanie in. We are Skeptic and Ranting. I'll say that one more time. We are Skeptic and Ranting.
Are you?
Scientists, I think so. In between scientists leading to down evolution. Some people are saying, the best people.
Hey, Stephanie.
Oh, hi.
Are looking to know what your thoughts about on the topic, the video, or anything we're talking about tonight.
Well, well, we've got the hot Big Bang, and we've got proctologists, and I didn't have time to go grab some rubber gloves, some latex gloves to snap. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Michael Behe, you'd think that his sell-by date would be long past, but apparently not.
How old is he anyway?
Well, the problem is that you have to flip your creationists over and make sure that it's not expired. Common.
Oh, no. Well, if you have to flip them over, do you wait till they're bubbling first?
Yes.
You know, the bottom is nice and brown, and then you just flip them.
Got to make sure that they're crispy.
Yeah, something like that.
No, when it comes to flipping them over, you push them in the pool, you hold them down, and then you wait till the bubbling stops before you turn them over.
Do they ever stop babbling? Oh, you said bubbling. Sorry, my bad.
Either
I
one.
did say bubbling.
Behe is 71, by the way.
Is he? Well, then Michael can tell me to get off his lawn, I guess. It's fair enough.
But he can't talk about irreducible complexity or biology or science. That he can't do.
Do lawns count as irreducible complexity? Because they're monoculture, so it's all technically one thing, right?
Well, it depends if it is in fact a monoculture. You know, if there's no. What about the crabgrass?
Oh, sure. There's always weeds, but just like a mousetrap can occasionally have crumbs from the last bit of cheese. It's just stuff that isn't actually part of the mechanism, right?
Yeah. Where did it come from?
I'm making it up as I go here.
I don't know.
That's okay. So are they.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really have anything, nothing urgent going on in my life. It's funny, all these silly debates.
Yeah.
Half the time I feel like I'm convinced Behe is serious, but I feel like a lot of the people that we run into in the internet are absolutely trolling, that they know better and they just get their kicks by making us think they're serious.
I wonder how much of that's true. I don't know.
You think
people do like to get offended. People
you
do
think
like to get
Behe's
offended.
serious?
Stuff.
Well,
I actually
she's
have
serious
footage.
about the money.
I have footage of Behe trying out his new career. Amy, if you can make me full screen for just a second, I want to share this with the audience. So, and I literally took this this particular clip for Jackson Wheat's intro. So here we see Dr. Behe trying his hand at being a car mechanic, and just like happened in the court case, he's sent away because he doesn't know what he's talking about. So
that's
just
awesome.
wanted to share that.
I love it.
That's very good. Very good indeed.
All right. Yeah, I mean, Behe Behe got destroyed in that court case, and not just because what he thinks is science wasn't science, but because he was demonstrably lying. He objected to things that we know about and said, well, we haven't studied that. And then the lawyer came and said, have you read this paper? No. Have you read this paper? No. Have you read this? And have you read this book, by the way? And this book, and this book, and this, and they stacked it up. And it was what, 4 feet high? None of which Behe had ever read, but he knew what was in the papers, and that irreducible complexity was still a thing. He was proven to be just a liar who has no clue what he's talking about. So yeah, the fact that he's still around is mind-boggling. But
yeah, that was his claim in regards to the vertebrate immune system that he said. There is no clear and defined explanation of where the vertebrate immune system evolved from, and then it was boom.
Yes. And I still have to get back to Dr. Kenneth Miller, because I've talked to him, and he also wants to drop in on our channel, and I want to talk to him about where we stand now after the Kitzmiller versus Dover case, because I think we're pretty much back where we started from before that case happened, because there's a lot of shit going on in the American educational system. So I really want to see what he has to say about that.
When you say we're back before that case, what do you mean?
Might be worse.
That's your fear? Your fear is well, you know, obviously that there's an awful lot of happy horseshit being pushed through the courts in the in the wake of the Trump wave of conservative judges being put on.
And it's not just that.
It sure as hell isn't. I mean, yeah, I know.
They're attacking. They're now going after gay marriage and after decent health care for transgender people. It is horrific what is happening.
Yeah, and women's health care. You know? That too. Which, you know,
anything they think they can get away with, I would not be surprised if they took a shot at interracial marriage.
I'd love to see where Clarence comes down on that one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that there are some people already thinking about that. I mean, if you look at how, and this is, people are probably going to be mad for me bringing this up, but if you see what led to the Nazis getting a foothold in Germany, literally everything is happening in the U.S. right now. The entire setup on how to do that. I follow the Auschwitz Museum, and they brought out a poster a long time ago, and they had some points in which you could see whether or not fascists are trying to take over. And yeah, the U.S. at the moment ticks every single box. It's that scary.
Yeah, all we need is a chancellor,
a Führer.
Yeah,
an authoritarian singular leader would be the better way of putting it. You still have two parties at the moment, but all they need to do is get rid of that, and then you're there.
Well,
and I'm pretty sure had Trump. Oh, sorry, Stephanie. Go ahead.
As long as you have, you know, as long as you're 20%. The way it's a little bit different than it was in Germany, because it's not a parliamentary system. But you don't need a parliamentary system if you've got the Electoral College, and you've got a party that is so fragmented that you can you can gain the nomination of that party with like 25-ish% of backing. And that's how Trump got the nomination last time. That's probably how he's going to get it this time.
Yeah, it's pretty scary because, I mean, it's him or DeSantis on that side so
And
far.
DeSantis has got the personality of a flounder. He's again, Jeb Bush. Everybody's saying that, but you
My
never
God.
know.
Oh,
The people that love
that's a horrible
Trump
fate.
love Trump to death.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nobody loves DeSantis that much.
That's true. That's very true. I think it's mostly just the anti-Trump people who still want to be MAGA heads that are heading towards DeSantis' side. But I never would have imagined back in, say, 2004, thinking that Jeb Bush could be the savior of America. Protect us from those two, you know?
Well, we all remember the Jeb with the exclamation point at the end. Nice. But no, he's not. He ain't the guy. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens. But it's absolutely terrifying. As somebody who sits at the tip of the spear, it's albeit bold. I mean, I'm doing what I can to fight for people coming after. But it is terrifying. It is very, very terrifying, especially after spending so much time trying to bend things in the other direction.
Yeah,
it's really fucking weird. I transitioned 25 years ago, and it was a hell of a lot easier to do so then, even with the stuff, because we didn't have people actually trying to write new law.
Yeah, back then there were still people who believed that a person's personal life was their own fucking business. There were busybodies, to be sure, but it wasn't as bad.
It's never perfect, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
But
it's weird because
this is a terrifying place, and I'm
it's
glad y'all are fighting the good fight. Thank you.
Yeah, but they keep saying 25 years ago, and a friend of mine, I don't know if you know her, Stephanie, Lavender Lady, transitioned a long time ago as well.
Yes, she did.
And now you see people all over social media. 25 years ago, we didn't have a trans community. No, you dumb fuck, you haven't heard of them 25 years ago. That's different. Your ignorance doesn't change reality. It is something that has been around for as long as we've recorded history.
It's been around at least since 1953. That's when I was born.
Yeah, I mean, it's people think that if they haven't heard of it, it didn't exist, which is pretty much sums up their educational level.
Yeah, that's pretty much how the American education system is. Yeah.
Yes. And I have to be honest, until I joined social media, and I joined social media because I bumped into a Kent Hovind video, I did not know how terrible the education system in the US was. And now I work closely with Arn Ra, who tends to get in the way a lot when it comes to the Texas school books.
Good.
It's horrific. I mean, it's how the entire system. What I don't get is why do schools have a school board of uneducated moms and dads and other people who are in there for financial reasons, who get to dictate what the curriculum is going to be for the most part? That to me is insane. Those people aren't qualified to make decisions on anything, let alone on science education, yet they get to decide which school books are picked, which led us to the Kitzmiller versus Dover case.
Innocent people.
It's insane. People who need to be in charge of education need to be the experts in the field. If there's going to be science education, scientists need to decide what the textbooks are going to be. And same thing goes for everything in education. You need the experts to decide what the kids need to be educated in, not a mom and pop school board that 9 out of 10 might be homeschool in the first place. It's that just makes me mad. I see that as child abuse. There's no other word for it.
Yeah, on the societal level.
Yes.
Yeah, half the time these people on these kinds of school boards didn't even graduate high school themselves. They went through homeschooling in their turn. And we do the same thing with all kinds of stuff. With judges, there's so many judges that have no law experience, but they got voted in because they had the right letter next to their name. City officials who either get elected for the same reason or get appointed by the person who got elected for that reason. It's just, I can't believe our society's still functioning, honestly.
And it's trickling down to the highest level, because Trump had no experience in politics, had no experience in even governing a city, let alone an entire country. Yet he got elected because we needed a change. We needed not politician to become president of the United States. And look what you got. You got a fucked up nation after that.
Mm-hmm. And a whole lot of dead people.
Yes, that too.
The unfortunate thing is you've currently got idiots on both sides that are trying to run. There's no real leader that's actually taking charge within your own country.
That's true. We've had that's one of the reasons that Obama was so remarkable. Not because he himself was really, really exceptional, but because we hadn't seen anybody with like any leadership skills at all in a long time. Like, he had a few of the earmarks, and we were like, oh goodness, someone who might understand the basics of statecraft? Yes, please.
You need another Obama. I don't care which side it is, but you need someone like Obama who at least knows what they're doing. And even though he did some really bad things, he actually helped a lot more for your society than someone like Hillary or Trump or your current one. None of them should be in their position.
James, are you talking from Australia?
Yes.
Do you have a from an outside observer's, I wouldn't say that you've had a thrilling march of great democratic leaders in your country.
We've got clowns as well. Yeah. We've had very good
it's kind of fucked all over the Anglophone world, to be honest. It's like
true.
Look at Mother England, for God's sakes. What a shit show that place is. They're blowing themselves up over they're about ready to dissolve the fucking union over trans issues. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, well, I mean, first there was Brexit, now there's this. They just want to blow everything up. I think we're going to need to start importing our leaders from like Sweden or Denmark or something.
Well, it's a shame because the two women I admired most in
get a better deal on them from the Netherlands.
And now they're toast.
I think you should import them from New Zealand. The prime minister that has just resigned in New Zealand, a woman.
I was trying. Am I lagging or something?
No, you're just Stephanie. Low on volume. You're low on volume. Sorry if I talk over you.
Yeah. Let me see what I can do about that. Yeah, I was just about to say that the two women I admire most, the prime ministers of both Scotland, First Minister of Scotland and Prime Minister of New Zealand, had the fortitude to say, I've had enough. It's time for me to go. But it's a damn shame because they were great leaders.
Except for the fact that she wanted to tax cow farts.
Okay.
Well,
the Prime Minister of New Zealand tried to
That's the hill you'll die on is taxing cow farts.
She made some very bad decisions, but she's also made some good decisions. It's just stupid stuff like that.
Let's just entertain the idea.
Let me ask you if there's any politician that has made 100% good decisions.
I would settle for 50% good decisions. But
yeah, you don't think Jacinda, what was her name? Jacinda? You don't think she got it better than half most of the time?
I'm not familiar with her, sorry.
Yeah, New Zealand lady.
No, she got about 30%. That's why one of the reasons her ratings dropped so low.
Yeah, what was the other one? The Prime Minister of Finland, I think, also a woman, also doing a really good job.
Yeah, and she's still at it, isn't she?
Yeah, she's still there. But Beamsy, taxing cow farts. I mean, let's say you would implement that in the U.S. I think there are a lot of government officials that the people may want to have and enforce that. So send them out to farms sniffing for cow farts. That would probably be more in their range of capabilities. I mean, it wouldn't be all bad.
Yeah.
You mean you just want them to switch from the recreational to doing it professionally?
Doing it professionally, yes.
Now it goes on the resume.
No, but the issue is, I don't think we've had very many good politicians that have gotten more than 30 or 40% of their decisions right for a long time. It's sort of gone to Clownsville in most of Western society.
It might just be me, but I think we need more women in politics. We could look at Germany. We've had now forgot her name. Who's been chancellor
Merkel?
for a long time?
Angela Merkel.
Angela Merkel. I'm not saying that I agree with everything she did, but what she did do was hold the European Union together and make it so that we could actually get some good legislation in European Union. So maybe we need a few more women, a few more level-headed people. I mean, not obviously not Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene, because we need women that actually have more than one brain cell. That's what I'm saying.
That's a big plus, but I think there's more to it than just the decisions the leader themselves make. Like you were saying about Chancellor Merkel, her greatest accomplishments were keeping the community together. And that's where we see the falling short in leaders today is even the ones who try to reach across the aisle end up being polarizing. They can't connect with half the country.
There is no reaching across the aisle to fascists. I don't know. Is my mic volume any better or worse? Or
it's a little bit better.
All right. Well, let's see. I'll bump it up some more. Hey, whatever. Hey, look, I'm working with I'm resuscitating an old laptop to try to solve some problems, and it's actually working out pretty good. So
cool. Bear
with me if it's fucking up. Anyway, since we're into politics, old Joe's not doing that bad. I mean, for midterms. Losing how many seats? The flip of seats was like 10 in the House, and we kept the Senate, and we won a Senate, seat, and in a 50-50 Senate, all of the shit that got through, it's pretty impressive. It's a pretty impressive record for someone holding an extremely weak hand. I think he's a fairly cagey old guy.
He's got some tricks for sure.
I don't fucking like the fact that we've got an 80-year-old in the White House. But show me somebody else. You know, it's just that's where
there should be an age limit. The guys that are in there now are making policy that won't affect their life anymore. What you need someone in that position, you need someone in their 40s, I think, because if they're going to make policy, that policy is going to affect them for the rest of their life and the people that surround them. These old guys don't give a shit what the policy is. They're going to be dead in a couple of years, so it doesn't faze them at all.
I'll be honest. I don't think that that's true. I don't think that that's true across the board.
I don't know.
I don't think that's true across the board.
I think
my fear is I'll be perfectly honest. My fear is that like my generation, the boomers. I'm a boomer. I'm happy to say so.
Me too.
My fear is that like the boomers, we forgot that those of us who were on the left in politics, on the progressive side in social issues, we thought we'd won. We thought we'd won in 1975, and we thought we'd won the battles that my sister's generation, you know, we're of the same generation, but she was 15 years older than me, so we're not really, kind of, sort of. We thought we'd won the battles on civil rights. We thought there was more to do, but we thought we'd won the big one. We thought we'd won the battle on women's rights with Roe v. Wade. We thought we'd won a lot of stuff, but we didn't. And what my fear is that subsequent generations will make the same mistake that we did and let people fall into complacency and not realize that the battles, the struggle is never over. The struggle towards people's rights is never won. And that's what I'm seeing today in the United States. And in England, and in Australia, and in New Zealand, and all across the world, and in Hungary. I mean,
I agree with you. I think
retrenchment all over the place.
What you said, we think we won, and then we stopped keeping track of people who disagreed, and that is, I think, the biggest problem. So these battles were won. So okay, well now we can fix on other issues, not keeping track of the people that were trying to undermine the things that you won. And I think that was the biggest mistake. Probably. I don't know.
So here's just a thought experiment. Think of younger politicians on the scene in, I don't know, call it England, United States, anywhere. Who are the people you think of first? I think of Ron DeSantis, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert. They're not my fucking generation. They're y'all's.
Oh, yeah,
right.
So
and they're very loud. They're very loud. They're very influential. They could be the leaders of tomorrow, and that's what I'm telling you guys. Just, you know, it old age is one thing, youth is another. Competence is another, and fascism is the thing that you really need to be paying attention to. It doesn't matter. You can have an old fascist like Donald Trump, or you can have an old classical liberal like Joe Biden. For me, for my own self-defense, I prefer Joe Biden, who is at least competent. You got to admit, the guy's competent. He's a competent politician. Show me another one in the 40 to let's say 45 to 55 cohort that has that degree of competence. I mean, to me, Obama squandered his presidency. He squandered his presidency because he wasn't willing to go to the wall. except on the Affordable Care Act, and he still wasn't willing to go to the wall on that. To be honest.
I was very disappointed about that.
No. I think that you can't compromise with what we see now. You can't compromise with people who have a determined and plotted out agenda to overturn, to use 0.2% of the population as a wedge to get totalitarian rule through state by state by state by state methodically. These people are doing it very consciously. And we're just flailing around talking about, hey, this guy's not good enough. No, they're not. But we need to do something else. If we're gonna have something better, then we better start finding the people that can. Sarah McBride may be one in Delaware. I'm sorry, I'm ranting one.
Ranting's what we're here for.
You're 100% right. But
name of the game.
Someone who's good enough. If you want someone who can actually have an eye to the entire population, it's because you need to get the society as one.
However,
that will take a very strong politician. And a lot of people won't like that politician when push comes to shove.
And on that,
you can't please. I'm going to. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna add in. Sending love, Peter. And all right. Well, you can keep on going back right into it in a second. I just want to add in Duchess of Clutches. We are skeptic and ranting on Scientists Begin to Doubt Evolution. Welcome on board. What are your thoughts about the topic, the video, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Hi, everybody. Long time no see. I've been MIA for a while. Just been focusing on life. And anyway, I just wanted to join in because it got into kind of a societal discussion and politics and those sorts of things. And especially lately, so I'm Canadian, but looking at the States, it's really scary to me to see what's going on. I think there's a very fine line between, well, there might not be, but I think at the end of the day, you can't tolerate intolerance in a democratic society. And yeah, that's my spiel.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, Duchess. Welcome on board.
Thank you.
Yee.
But yeah, Peter, Stephanie, or anyone, if you were about to say something, or if you have something to say, right back. Or Duchess.
I have something to say, but I need to pull up a specific picture for that.
Oh my!
We're getting the library out.
It's not.
Delete your browser history, quick.
It is not that bad at all. Let's see. So since we now have a Canadian, I wanted to point out that finally, God has stepped in and has given me the right in Canada to use the logo that we have for our channel. We can finally show people the middle finger. So thank you, God.
Nice.
You're helping an atheist channel.
Wait, what happened?
You
Sorry.
people. Well, you can show people the middle finger according to a latest ruling in Canada. That is your God-given right. And since the logo that I have is I created that picture of Albert Einstein from several black and white pictures. And one thing I did, in the original, he pointed with his forefinger to his forehead, and I changed the finger, so he's now giving people the middle finger and sticking out his tongue. And so that wasn't approved, though.
What is this legislative thing? Like what? I haven't heard of this thing.
that showing someone the middle finger isn't considered to be rude or whatever it is. It
but
falls
why was
under
this
free speech.
why was this like it was always considered rude, but I don't remember any like law or legislation about the middle finger. So
yeah,
like what happened?
I didn't know being rude was actually illegal in Canada.
That's why we're all so nice.
Mhm.
I thought it was all the apologies.
Well,
That too.
I'm close enough to Canada to be able to say sorry properly.
There you go.
So what happened is that the gesture might not be civil or polite, but it's no longer a crime.
It was never a crime.
and-
This is news. I don't understand what's going on. It was never a crime in Canada to give somebody the middle finger. We do it all the time in traffic.
It started out,
especially in Toronto.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It started out in a case where a man was accused of harassing his neighbor in a Montreal suburb, and that is where he kept flipping the finger, and so from there I'm trying to
maybe it was
read
like a
through.
civil.
Yeah, apparently in Alberta it actually was illegal, and it led to a constitutional challenge.
What?
No shit. Wow.
A man accused of harassing his neighbor in a Montreal suburb.
Yeah, so what happened, he flipped off his neighbor with both middle fingers, so he put in some effort, and then later that day returned home to find police officers waiting for him and arrested him for uttering death threats.
That's ridiculous.
Whoa.
Yes. So
yeah, that's extreme.
That's how the whole thing got started.
It is Montreal, so it's like kind of Canada, but I'm just kidding.
But it made the news at
There
least
you go,
in the Netherlands.
Montreal.
So.
The spice is real.
Now I've only been to Montreal once. I'm in the middle of New York State, near the Horseshoe by Lake Ontario. So it's a little bit of a drive plus a border for me. But beautiful city, but the people really don't like Americans.
They don't like English speaking Canadians. Montreal's a bit different, but if you go to like Quebec, it's like really. Anyway, sorry, I'm digressing a bit. I don't like French Canadians.
Oh, it's all good. We're completely off topic as it is.
Whereas I have relatives in Alberta who left here as atheists and are now extremely religious. You're saying?
I'm sorry. I'm actually closer to Quebec than I am to Montreal. I live in Portland, Maine.
Oh, nice.
Sorta, kinda. So it's not too far to Quebec, and I love Quebec. Quebec is lovely.
What's this? There's somebody in the chat with a real gripe against Canada, saying it's fascist or something. I mean, I think you guys have got the
Canada.
You guys take the cake when it comes to fashy stuff going on, especially lately. So don't start.
Well,
for
Christ
real.
brings a sword. I don't think he's got two spare brain cells to rub together. Just don't mind him.
Yeah,
oh yeah, that guy.
Please don't
Oh.
worry about the mighty sword.
Yeah, it's always fun to watch a Christian in chat not caring about anyone on the planet, whereas I don't. Who was this guy? He was in the Bible, and he said something about treating your neighbors. I forgot.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I think it was a Mexican guy called Jesus.
Yeah,
Jesus said something. Yeah, it's something that Christians tend to forget these days, because I just saw someone clipped it and put it on Twitter. An outrage on my Christian woman who said they're teaching my kids empathy.
Yeah,
how dare they?
The horror.
I mean, yes, my kid needs to show empathy to another kid who has two moms. I mean, what's the world coming to these days? I mean,
well, you guys were talking
not...
about school boards and stuff like that before I've been listening in for a while. And that I always found funny, the kind of PTA meetings or whatever it's called, the school board meetings where you have parents coming up. There was something recently that I saw, and it was the I think
The
there was
Satan
like
Club
a
thing?
satanic temple. Yeah. That one was
Yeah,
really funny.
our Iron Raw broadcast a school
Yes.
board meeting.
Yeah, that was
like
hilarious.
the whole thing. It was hilarious.
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah, I really wish your guys' school boards worked exactly like we do in Australia. If they're changing something with geology, they actually contact someone like me and bring them in to talk to what's the best way to actually apply things to the school. If they're doing things with, they bring in
Beamsy, this was
subject matter
different.
experts.
This was different. This was an after-school thing where they had
like a club.
A good news, a good message club or good news club,
Yeah,
which
Good
was
News, it's
basically
the evangelical group.
indoctrinating.
Oh, those things
Yeah,
are
basically
terrible.
indoctrinating
They're just
kids into Christianity, and so the Satanic Temple countered that with the Satan Club, in which they had an after-school program where they taught kids all about science. And obviously, because it's called the Satan Club, now it gets people talking. But at least the original goal of all of this was to point out that these kids were being indoctrinated, and the parents weren't told about the Good News Club, what they're going to do, what their goal was. And it was basically evangelizing to the kids after school against the will of the parents. So at least what the Satanic Temple did is bring this out into the open and show people what was going on and why they did it. And that is the part where Arn shared the meeting.
It's just really funny to see
the school board and the parents.
Christian cope, like the parents that were there, the pearl clutchers. It's very entertaining to me. It's sad, but it's very, very entertaining.
Yeah, it's shocking.
Yeah,
like people like this are real. How?
Yep.
What happened to this world?
Yeah.
There's a reason.
Total change of topic
Well,
here,
I
or at least an interjection, a little palate cleanser, and then we can go on with being crazy. But does anybody remember the Randy Newman song "A Wedding in Cherokee County"?
No.
No.
Check it out at some point. One of the lyrics is, And she'll laugh at, it's a wedding in Cherokee County, right? And she'll laugh at my mighty sword. And she'll laugh at my mighty sword. And she'll laugh at my mighty sword. Why must everybody laugh at my mighty sword? God help me if you will. Maybe I'm crazy, I don't know. Maybe that's why I love her so. That was for
I'll check it.
a certain someone in
out.
chat.
Yeah, there's a reason why the rest of the world.
I have a hypothesis that I want to run past you guys. So, if I look at the U.S., which is an overtly Christian nation, where kids from a young age are indoctrinated to listen to the guy in the pulpit, because that's the guy you need to believe. You don't ask questions. You're not allowed to think. You just accept what the guy is saying. That, to me, trickles down in everything in the U.S. People aren't aren't fact-checking. People in government aren't fact-checking anyone. They just believe what they are told. And if it's politicians spouting nonsense, they won't check that. And so they're not trained to do it. It's not that they won't or they can't, but they're not trained to do it. They are trained to listen to authority, and those are the people who have it right, and you just follow them blindly. Might be wrong, but I think that might be at the bottom of a lot of poor decision making.
And on that note, we are going to add in Rubiks. Welcome. We are Skeptic Ranting. Woohoo!
Cat tax.
Kitty's excited.
Aww.
Randolph's not here, so I'll say it. Cat alert. Cat alert. Cat alert.
Finally see you.
Yes.
Welcome, Rubiks. We're skeptic and ranting on scientists beginning to doubt evolution, as long as a whole bunch of other fun stuff. Hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts about the topic, the video, or anything we talk about tonight?
My cat's being spicy right now. I'm sorry.
You have a co-host.
I don't know. I looked up that professor from Berkeley, and he teaches physics, which is interesting. They can claim to be a biologist when he's a physicist.
Indeed.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all like to trade jobs. It's a cross-training program. That's what's going on.
Yes.
Just to derail for one quick
this-
second, can you guys hear me slamming my keys?
No.
No.
Okay, good.
No. So, but this adds into what I said earlier, the fact that people are just trained to listen to authority. So why wouldn't they? If someone has a PhD, obviously he knows about every field in science and is capable of speaking out on it. So
yeah,
that's another problem.
That's entirely on purpose. That's why we refer to our conservative side of the aisle as the religious right. They joined forces because it reinforces that totalitarian agenda, and that's why there's so many more of us new atheists who keep pointing out that we have to keep pushing back against religion, because when you disable your critical thinking skills on purpose, you become susceptible to all kinds of things.
Yes.
Yeah, my main job is at a science museum and like science education. And one of my coworkers who no longer works there, thankfully, thought crystals were magic.
Oh, I've seen. There were a few people a while back on YouTube who chased away chemtrails with crystals. I thought that was really, really entertaining.
And this is at a science museum. Like, she was one of the people teaching science.
If you are on Breaking Bad, then the crystals may be magic. It's a little bit different.
I like to point
so
at
sorry for you.
quartz crystals, because the quartz radios and so forth, they actually can pull sound out of the air, so they kind of are magic.
Most magic is science, though.
I think the whole fucking world is magic, and it's magical that we can actually understand how it works. It's really amazing to me. Why we can, how we can, it's I don't know. That's part of the wonder, and it's great, and I don't need God to explain it. I just need to appreciate the fact that we're smart enough to do it. It's really neat. I think crystals are magic. Not in that sense. They don't necessarily do anything. But they're pretty. They're gorgeous. That's magical. What the hell?
To go back really quickly to the indoctrination thing with kids and Christians and schools and all that stuff, I feel like the Christian obsession with that is like just their own recipe for how to get a kid abused, basically. It's just very like, you can see this through the Catholic Church. You can see this through anything, especially when it comes to, unfortunately, sexual abuse. There's just a lot of stuff that can happen with that. That's
and getting back to the crystals being magic. Getting back to the crystals being magic, I was, I think, 12 or something when I started making radios with crystals in it that didn't need batteries. You could just use them, no power uses at all. So yeah, they're kind of magic. If there are a lot of colloquial ways to use magic, so in that sense, they are truly magical.
Any significantly advanced level of technology could be confused with magic.
I thought I'd bring that up.
Arthur C. Clarke.
And so the Sinister Porpoise,
Beekman's world was better.
Porpoise gave a super chat, and she said, "I once had some cards that were magic. I still have those.
Oh,
and have used them against Christians.
One of those.
Yes, if
and
you
I
don't
have
mind.
used them against Christians performing miracles on screen."
I'm gonna
I can
read
do
that. A double dipping Sinister Porpoise for $2. I once had some cards that were magic. That's right, but then I tapped my mana and I attacked, but it wasn't enough, and I still died. No.
Fireball got counterspelled.
It did. God damn it.
You had to sack the Black Lotus.
The fun thing is I had magic cards, but I made those myself, and those were made from playing cards that a local brewery sold as merchandise. And I worked at that brewery at some point, and then went to the shop and asked. They had two different packs. One were silver, the other ones were white. Or had a white background. And I asked for all of the silver cards that they had, and the woman behind the counter said, well, why just the silver ones? And I said, because those have magic, the white ones don't. And I had my package with me, so I performed a magic trick in front of her, and she was completely blown away that that only could be done with the silver cards, not with the white ones. And she tried it and then spectacularly failed, because obviously mine were a little prepared, but it was a fun thing to do.
You set yours up before.
Yes. And the fun thing is, when we were on a break, we would have those playing cards everywhere in the brewery, and people were playing cards during that break. And I would toss my pack in between of all the others that were laying there, and then would just grab a random deck of cards and start performing a magic trick. And so they knew these were cards that they were playing with every single day, so they couldn't be prepared. And yet I turned them into an entire deck of cards, all the same card, which is pretty funny.
Woo-hoo! Thank you
good memories
so
of
much.
my old
And that
cards.
is one of the best tips that you can give for Magic, is when they say this is this is a regular deck. It is not a regular. But sending love,
but if you pick a regular
deck.
deck,
It's a girl
if
deck.
you pick a regular deck that you just threw in there before when no one saw you do that, then it becomes convincing.
Or if you've had a lot of whiskey and they just pull it out. And what are we talking about? Sinister Porpoise, thank you so very
You've been
much.
watching my Twitter timeline, Amy, because I got a lot of traction about a tweet where apparently someone responded to me, "You got your cock out in church," which happened, but
What?
it wasn't what you would think.
Is it a rooster?
It was a bantam rooster. It was a tiny rooster that got out of the cage and ran into a church in the middle of a service, and me and some other 10, 11, and 12-year-old boys, because that was my age at the time, we chased it through the church in the middle of the service. So
You are not allowed to be a cock teaser in church. Just not allowed.
Reminds me of I was part of a Wacky Horror floor show in college, and one of the people who's a photographer had a giant 18-inch rooster stuffed animal he'd bring with her, and people would look at it, stop staring at my giant cock.
My eyes are right up here.
Somebody,
I
I'm
had
just
a
going to
friend
really
who had
quickly.
who had a 4 foot. I had a friend who had a 4 foot rooster. Not even kidding. 4 foot high.
No.
And that thing protected his horse, because he put that into the same stable as his horse.
But I want to just send out double love, 2 scoops of love, because not only do I see that Beamsy became a YouTube member, thank you so very much. Woo! And I think that means definitely, I think Beamsy is like a super commander of the girl deck at this level. You are on Twitch, you are on YouTube. We are sending so much love, but not only did Beamsy become a member, but he is sending a $5 super chat, reminding us that there is a medical condition for Canadians who live on the border. It's called bordering on insanity.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's very true.
I can see Canada from where I live on a clear day.
Can
Not many of those, but
God damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a time
let's,
where
let's
Sarah
keep it.
Palin
Let's keep
was
in
a
mind,
thing.
Amy takes all the members she can get in real life and on YouTube.
Yes, in any purpose I can get.
Canada is 90 miles across the Gulf of Maine, and I could probably be there in a day and a half.
It would take an hour and a half, 2 hours by boat to get to Canada from where I'm at.
I'm gonna keep on saying
About
it.
the same.
I'm the only relative that has been kicked out of Canada, so I feel like that is a very high mark. I feel like you gotta try really hard to be deported from Canada.
I joke I was
Who got
illegally
kicked
in
out of
Canada
Canada?
once.
My aunt, because you know how she believes that people are chasing her, very high profile people, and so she's the kind of person that writes letters like "Dear Obama," and so she fled to Canada. She's fled the country actually multiple times. She's in a wheelchair. She's wheelchair bound.
How she's getting around if she's fleeing in a wheelchair.
But the great thing is she does. Americans, I love her, and she's a genius. She has so many degrees and all this other stuff. But she did like the thing that we joke about, but like is obviously not gonna work. Like she just picked up and said, "I'm in Canada now." And they came to her and they're like, "What are you doing?" She's like, "I live here now." Cool. Nice to meet you. And they're like, "No, you can't. You just can't do that."
She didn't flee from a 4-foot rooster or anything.
Well, that depends on which president you ask. But yes, thank you so very much, Beamsy. I couldn't agree more. We are a little loco. Yeah, we have 15 more minutes, creationists, for you to convince us that evolution does not exist.
Yeah, somebody get on here. I want to fight.
Bring it, please. Bring it.
Let's do battle. But yeah, on what you guys were saying earlier, that's one of the reasons why it's important we do stuff like this and stay on top of creationism and flat earth and whatnot. Because we saw what happened to politics when we thought we'd won and took our eye off the ball. If we do the same in religion, we're going to end up with the Dark Ages again.
They want to Handmaid's
and
Tale
one
us.
thing,
One more thing,
one
then we
thing,
got
and-
Mark
and-
Reid.
And Amy is doing that along with a few others and myself. What we need to do is not try to get people into dumpster fires, because that's only going to work in the opposite way. We need to have good and decent conversations with people so that we at least can get rid of the animosity a little, so they
Unlike that stream that Mark
they're
saw.
open to listening. That's what I'm saying.
I was saying this earlier, and I'm doing this hyperbolic. It's why, and Peter, you need to go with me, and all of you need to go off me a praise. But like, I'm only being slightly hyperbolic. In the last conversation, it was like, okay, and so we're going to be talking about the Jesus. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! And I'm gonna stop now to be generous, to be really, really generous to that person, because they probably went on for a good loop. Yeah, we got 15 more minutes, creationists.
It's actually why. Yeah, it's why I would like to take on
it's
Witzer Gets It on Monday Debate, like Mark did, because I've got a very different way of approaching actual debates than what I normally do.
Sure.
Beamsy, quick
watch
question
that.
before I click the link. This isn't you sending me dick pics, right? I mean, very.
It doesn't involve
not safe
pics
for
of it.
work.
It's not safe for work. Really not safe for work.
The only person on this panel that has sent me a picture of a dick is actually
dear.
Peter. Yeah. Just got to say, it was a black man, basically. I mean, he was an amazing contortionist, I will say that. But you sent it through, and I was like, what is Peter doing? I think it was to trigger Jill, to be honest with you.
Okay, I have to clarify. I have to clarify.
Peter.
I have to clarify, Mark, because you became a victim of what I did there. But so
yeah, I felt a victim. Yes.
Jill, aka Jesus is Lord, aka Rebuke and Reprove, he keeps making these enormous email chains and sending people unsolicited bullshit. And I told him, if you're going to send me more, I'm going to reply with a nice gay picture every single time. And he keeps tagging me in, so I keep sending him pictures because obviously this is what he wants. I gave him the option. If you really want those pictures, tag me in, I'll send them to you. So, but yeah, obviously then everyone else in the email chain becomes a victim of my depravity. So my apologies for that. It must have been really weird seeing an email from me and then opening it and then seeing that picture. I do apologize.
Look, Jill put me on that email chain, and I does have an auto reply that sends him like 2 mid-digits every time he like sends me. It all happens automatically. It deletes the email and sends another email back to him automatically, like flipping the bird to him. So I
Are there any women in that email chain?
Sorry?
Are there any women in that email chain? I'm just
No.
interested because Jill very specifically does not talk to women. It's one of those handmaidens.
You know what? I have seen him sort of, cautiously talk. Yeah.
Are these females?
It's so good to see all of you. It's so good to see all of you. So amazing panel here. And I do want to just quickly go. Scientists beginning to doubt evolution? No. The more we go, the more it confirms exactly what the scientists say. I mean, even the Catholic Church has now turned around and said, "Well, yeah, evolution's a thing." The Pope endorses evolution. Well, I'm not sure endorses, but accepts evolution. Pope Francis, said it. So the Christians, it's only the fundamentalists that are really digging their heels in, and they like to claim, "Hey, more and more scientists are seeing the truth." They're not. Like it's no.
It's just easier with the
and
internet.
Amy, I checked for you.
Out, but
yeah, I checked for you. No women in that email chain. Not a single one.
I'm unsurprised. Listen, Jake. Listen, Peter. Listen, Mark. That's the heterosexual thing to do. You only talk with men. You don't want none of those females getting that, man juices all over anything.
I'm not sure which is worse. Like, okay, he's acting like a jerk, but he's acting like a jerk and not acting like a jerk towards women. Like, should I be angry about that? Should I be happy about? I feel
You're not sure how to
feel about that.
He acts like a jerk against women, Mark. He wanted to come on my channel and have a conversation because no one's watching his channel, and I told him, you can come on, and Lilith will be my co-host.
Right.
So and then I shot Lilith, a link to the conversation that we were having on Jill's channel, and Jill told her on air to go get her husband, and then he would be allowed to talk for her.
That makes sense.
So,
okay, so
fair.
he is an
That's
equal
totally fair.
opportunity jerk. Okay, I don't know where. Yeah. Look, Lilith is a great interviewer, by the way. I saw the interview with Josh Bowen. Fantastic.
I forwarded your message.
Oh, thank you. That's so kind of you.
And she loved it.
Mark, I saw your debate with Witsit recently, and that was just all kinds of funny.
Look.
Oh, joy, witness.
I feel like I kind of lost my cool a lot more than I usually do, kind of thing, and that was sort of.
In
it's
fairness,
easy to do with witness.
I was impressed with how well you held your cool because I wanted to reach through the screen and strangle Austin.
Yes.
I'd be curious to see Mark actually losing his cool.
What would that look like?
I've lost my cool at Leo before.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I witnessed it. I witnessed it once, Mark. If you lose your cool, that is not the same as anyone else in this panel losing their cool. It is still.
I don't know.
You're still cool. I mean, that's your personality. That's why I love you, and that's why I learn from you.
I got sent a message by somebody about sort of Austin's model that he's using, and the person that made it basically says this model does not conform with certain parts of reality, and that in order for this model to work, light has to bend in physically impossible ways. So, it's sort of, I feel like he is willingly dishonest. Like he actually lies about stuff. Like some people out there who are flat earthers, like the new Nathan. I don't know if you've met new Nathan. I think he's just, you know, trying to be honest and just wrong about stuff. He seems like a really nice guy. Austin is a person who I think actually outright lies about things.
Yeah.
So
I think, Mark, sorry, I just want to jump in because I was watching that debate and I'm happy you're here because what I got from him was there was one part, I can't remember exactly what you two were talking about, but he said, well, you're going to say this is word salad, and then he proceeded to word salad you. And what Witsit does is very, very directly obfuscates his sentences with a bunch of crap that doesn't make any sense because he, at the end of the day, he just thinks it makes him look smart. I read something or listened to some podcast a long time ago, and it stuck with me that it was from some physicist, and he said, you know, if you can't explain something to a layman in about 30 seconds, then you probably need to do a little bit more research on whatever you think you know about, because there's like, I'll talk to physicists, I'll talk to astronomers, those sorts of things, and they can talk to me as a layperson. I don't have a hard science background, but they can very, very eloquently and reasonably explain the concept to me. Whereas with it, just like, the ether and just
as a modal field of vision kind of thing. And I did some more research on that one because I felt like I knew what it was, but I didn't know exactly what it was talking about. That won't bring something out of your vision into vision, right? So the idea that light behind you like sort of wraps around and you know you see it is, you know, it's just he doesn't. I think he knows that these concepts don't apply to what he's trying to apply them to. I think he knows. But anyway, this isn't about me, and I do want to talk about like scientists figuring out evolution.
Sorry, I derailed.
No,
it's
not
all good.
at all.
We're all happy to see you after that ordeal yesterday.
I just definitely needed to lie down an aspirin after that one. But it's so lovely to see you all, and there's some of my favorite people are in here. It's great to see Steph and Peter and Duchess and Bunt Cake. I don't know what that is. That's Beamsy, of course, you know. And it's so good to see all of you. So yeah, I think that the people like talking about evolution. You know, to sort of tie it back in, a kind of like Austin, that they are they lying or are they not lying? That's the question. Are they willfully ignorant? Are they misrepresenting stuff on purpose? And it's so hard to tell. Like, is Johnny outright lying, or is he got motivated reasoning behind, you know, why he thinks ERVs aren't a thing and stuff? It's so hard to tell. But they will be the first to
my opinion, Mark.
Yeah.
My opinion, Mark. Donnie's in it for the money. He's a used car salesman. He figured out there was money to make from young Earth creationism, and that's what he's doing. And that's he said in a live stream he doesn't care about child sex abuse at the Dinosaur Adventureland, because he will keep Kent Hovind on because he brings in the money. So if that's a clue, I'm going with that clue.
No. Yeah. It's hard to tell.
I'd like for people to own their positions more. Like Kent Hovind, I disagree with everything he has to say, but you can tell he genuinely believes, you know, whatever point he's arguing. And then there's just some people where it's like, it's really hard to tell if you actually care or if you're just being if you're just being a grifter, to be honest. Like,
yeah, like
I mean,
a lot of flat
Kent Hovind brings in over $2 million a year, so
really, does he use that for tax fraud?
Probably
to fund the compound.
He was over that before he went to jail. He made a lot more than $2 million a year, but I think now he's back.
He probably
making
pays
about
zero in taxes.
Probably.
I mean,
it's
he doesn't
all
own
part of the
anything,
I
right?
think that's what he got arrested for originally, was tax fraud. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
What he got arrested for? What he got arrested for was structuring and not withholding taxes from his employees, who he didn't consider employees because they were part of his ministry. But he put up a punch clock to keep track of the hours. So
he got nailed for 941 shit. He got nailed for, he wasn't paying the employer's share of taxes, and suddenly, wait a minute, where's the money?
Yeah, there's a cool documentary about his nonsense that came out a couple of months ago, if you really want to know.
Good friend of mine, McKinnon Mitchell, put that out, The Weakness of Kent Hovind, and upcoming, and this I gave Amy the scoop of this, in I think 1 or 2 months' time, there's going to be a similar documentary about Greg Locke called Unlocked. So, and he's going to.
Sorry, go
I'm going
ahead.
to have a conversation with him leading up to that premiering, because he's asked me if he can come on the channel and talk about that before it goes live. So I'm looking forward to that one. And he actually got Greg Locke to talking to him. Not sure if he's going to be in the documentary, but he did talk to Greg Locke. So
I think
I'm looking forward to that one.
I think Aaron Ra came up with one of the best lines to describe what a lot of these people are like. You've either got the deceivers or the deceived. That's just the way I see that a lot of the creationists are like.
Oh, for sure. You see that a lot with the apologists. The guys who they're basically, it's the same con as the faith healers, except less obviously fake. It's like a lower tier, but the same con.
Well, I once talked to a guy in my hometown here, and he was talking we were talking about, he was religious, and he was like, I sort of said, nobody's seen a miracle or something. And he's like, I have. And he was really young. And I'm like, what have you seen? I was really interested. And he said, well, in church, the pastor or whoever managed to heal somebody and made their like one leg was shorter than the other and made it the same length kind of thing. And I just went, oh no. Like, I felt like going, oh, sweetie. Oh, so you've got two people there, right? And this is why I brought up this paradigm, because you've got two people. You've got the young guy who honestly doesn't know any better and believes he's seen a miracle. But someone has to be doing that grift. It's a really old trick, right? The leg lengthening with the shoe kind of thing. It is like the oldest trick in the book. But there's someone who has to be doing that. So you've got the, truly ignorant and the con artist, basically.
Yeah,
The deceiver and the deceived.
Yeah.
I have a lot of health problems that don't have a treatment, and they're lifelong. And I've had religious people have the audacity to tell me, like, Jesus will cure me. Like, the only treatment that came out about 2 years ago for pediatric only, and it's chemotherapy every day until you're 18.
So sorry to hear that.
Well,
and I'm in my 30s, so I don't qualify for that treatment anyway.
So, that's not going to do much good for you.
Yeah.
Just pray really hard.
Well, the disturbing thing about a whole bunch of this is that these are the same people that will argue against anything. Well, you can't prove that. You can't prove that. Well, that seems risky. That seems blah, blah, blah. Have faith in God. Well, it's like, you know what? When you have a difficult medical crisis, you're going to have faith in all sorts of things aside from God. You're going to look for whatever out you can in this here world. Sure, you might continue to pray to God, but you're gonna go to your doctor. You're gonna go to this or that.
Right.
For the most part, you're gonna do that. I mean, there's some people like Christian scientists. No, they won't go to a doctor. They'll go to a practitioner. Those people are crazy.
Yeah.
But you know, it boggles my mind that these are the same people that say, well, that they will sit in judgment over somebody else's fucking medical treatment.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, well, you know, if you had more faith, if you just thought this way, if you just made this decision, if you just made that decision, God wouldn't be cussing you quite so much. Now,
Tell
would
that
he?
to the other several, like 1 in 2,000 or so have it. So there's what, 8 billion people now on this planet.
Yeah.
Just over 8 billion. I'm not going to do that math right now in my head.
No.
But millions.
Millions of people are affected, and it's like
I'm sure some of them have a strong faith, but there's no treatment, no cure.
And if God's real, he's a dick.
Yeah,
for creating stuff
it's
like
actually
that.
really one of those things that led me to really reconsider like, religion. I was like 7 or 8. Yeah.
Yeah,
I had to deconstruct all that. So I was diagnosed when I was 5.
It's a big oof.
Yeah.
It reminds me a lot of how, I don't know if they still do, but Jehovah's Witnesses at least used to refuse blood transfusions.
I think
they do.
I read that they're gone back on that like recently, but
and a lot of people ended up leaving the faith because they needed to do some kind of medical procedure that was prohibited. They did the procedure and they lived, and then their church shunned them, and they were like, well, you're obviously wrong. This saved my life. What the hell, man?
And I was watching this thing on a nurse that basically got called out, and that they needed to provide a blood transfusion for one of these sects, and they refused it. And then in the end, they agreed to it, kind of thing, because their life was in imminent danger, but it was too late. And if they got the blood transfusion, like at the time when she was saying, you need this, they, in all likelihood, would have survived. Like, this isn't a minor thing. It isn't like, well, you know, it doesn't harm anybody. Yeah, it does.
It does.
And I can't remember. I've been searching through my feed, and I can't remember who was. Somebody had a video going, and they were critiquing an atheist, so it's driving me crazy that I can't, like, sort of give them a big shout out, because I don't remember who it was, but they had a video from a woman saying, oh, you know, if you pray, your symptoms will go away, kind of thing. And then they'll come back, but then you just have to pray again. And she's saying, oh, if your children have a cough, just get them to pray. And it's like, lady, you are just creating transmission vectors. Like, seriously, I really wish I could shout them out, because it was a really good video as well. I wish I remember who it was. I'm so sorry. I really want to...
That actually just reminded me of one of my favorite YouTube videos, and I have no idea. I'll put it in the chat. I have no idea how they did it with a straight face. Quotes from fundamentalist Christian websites.
Also, I will say,
yes,
this is going to be the last 10 minutes, and then we are moving into outros. Everyone's going to be able to say whatever they want for the closing, but we have been skeptic and ranting on scientists beginning to doubt the theory of evolution. This was also only half of the video, because it's an hour long. Welcome back, James. We solved the mystery of life. Apparently, we almost became creationists, but then we turned around.
Maybe next week.
Exactly.
Yep. Behe was so close to catching us all in his mousetrap.
Yeah.
It was all of those angles of him looking like this while there are waves, like just hitting the back.
In the background.
It's getting to me.
Maybe Ben Shapiro playing the piano in the background. Or no, the violin.
It's really a shame, because Behe has done some really good work. That's the thing. Like,
he's an actual biologist. That exactly.
Right,
that is a shame.
You should know better.
It's a real shame.
His work has been cited like 7,000 times in actual peer-reviewed journals.
Who was this? Sorry, I missed something.
Michael Behe.
Michael Behe.
Because what was on this video was kind of a smorgasbord. probably one or two of the half dozen or more that they showed actually had some sort of touching of biology. And they are actually generally the famous creationists because they write a book that's like, I disagree. And then, no one really
Until the
cares.
younger
But they
creationists all go out and buy it.
Exactly. And then the others were just like, it says like, people with degree. And you're like, oh, okay, that's cool. I don't know why you would frame it like that, but
philosophy of basket weaving.
Yes.
I mean, I have a honorary PhD in skeptology and economicals.
Nice.
I've just found who it was. It was on Tux
Economicals.
TV. So does everyone know Tux? Yeah, it was on his channel. So I do apologize, Tux. It was on Tux's channel. It was really interesting the way this woman was sort of...
but I think that's a little bit different.
You do a tux. Okay, well, that's close enough, I guess.
Oh, Amy, for God's sake.
It's late enough.
There's probably only two of us
midnight.
in chat. Only two of us on this panel know what the fuck you're talking about.
Hey,
we know.
I've seen RuPaul's Drag Race. I know what that is.
Oh.
Apparently, so have a lot of Republicans.
Yeah.
All night.
I was just worried when she brought up the religious people and touching. That was just a sort of, we don't want to go there.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Keep them away from...
Yeah.
You're not impressed, Stephanie.
It's all over the place.
You know what Amy's like. You know what you get on this show.
Of course I do. Of course I do. I was just hugely amused.
Look, I like to think we are just one bar above presuppositional apologetics, and so this is what you get.
Yeah.
Wow.
One bar, 1.5 maybe.
maybe. 1.5. In terms of, I feel like maturity, way above the bar, however. And sending love, Christ brings the sword.
We're like the atheist version of Ultimated.
Exactly. We're going to read a 10-minute long... just sending love, who says a really weird comment. Says, your moderators are a bunch of amazing people. Please give them raises. I mean, if you say so, we're going to try. But yes, panel, this is the last few minutes. If you have any comments for each other or creationists, I thought, like, Christ brings
Amy,
the sword.
where do I mail you my bank account number? Because I've been a mod. I haven't had a penny yet. So
if you could just write it down right here, right next to.
I'll be sending my accounts in next week.
Yes. I don't know if you have a social security or what you do over there, but a driver's license, whatever you could get to me, that'll be fantastic.
Oh, well, Stephanie knows the mods are going to unionize on some of the other channels around YouTube.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Well, I told Titan.
Can we get some Benadryl for Christ brings the sword? He's very allergic to women, and he has a very bad allergic reaction.
Can I say that the only reason that is because they secretly want a woman with high heels just to push them down into the bed?
Yeah,
very
CBT.
Specifically.
In fairness, I do too. So
who doesn't?
Just be honest.
Right?
Just be honest if that's what you want. There's no shame.
I think we agreed on my channel that, like, if Christ brings anything, an obscene amount of weed would probably be the best thing for Christ to bring. Quite frankly,
I feel like he would be too. He would.
Prince of Peace. Yeah.
Right. Forget fishes and loaves.
I was just about to say, if five loaves, 5 fishes, that'd be fine.
And I always say, if I get to God and says, "Oh my God," after death, we had it all wrong. It wasn't stone gaze. It was get gaze stoned. Completely the wrong thing the whole time.
Those damn scribes with dyslexia, man.
I know. They just had it backwards.
Translation error.
Yep.
Yeah.
By the way, Amy, Christ brings the sword did ask to be silenced.
Sagittarius.
So I thought I'd just.
He asked to be silent. Well, I always love. This is what happens. I send you love, Christ, but what normally happens is they end up sending attacks at the they poke the bear. And when you poke the bear, it just makes you... But, I mean, if you just sit here and say your actual views, we'll never mute you. Like, we want you to say that the Earth is 6,000 years old so that... See, but I want people to say... Well, I mean, if you just say mean stuff, like I'll use the words that they hate. If you use the homophobic, transphobic, racist, oh God, I used the trifecta. Then yes, the mods are probably going to go. But if you just come here and be like, Jesus loves you, and I just want you to know how much Jesus loves you. Like, I can't imagine any of the mods. I mean, James and myself, we want you to come on here and tell us how much, we're injecting estrogen into, like, fetuses at all times. We're bring it on. But, like, yeah, I don't know what to say.
Is that what happens, maybe, when you poke a bear?
Yes. Oh, when you poke a bear, he generally hugs you back.
I'd like to ask Christ if when he wants the women on the panel to shut up, does he include you and I?
Oh, that's a good question. Are we allowed to teach?
Here's what I've found, Stephanie, to answer that question. You're not a woman until it suits their narrative. Then you might be considered to be a woman. I think that basically sums it up.
I've had someone tell me that no one is a woman until they've given birth.
That person's an idiot.
Wait.
What?
Seriously?
Seriously.
I have heard that one too.
Until they've given birth?
So a 20-year-old, like, in a professional life, they're not a woman because they've never been married and given birth.
Well, marriage isn't the definition. The definition of woman for this person is someone who has given birth.
I get rid of my uterus. What about me?
Yes.
Amy, Davegar said that because I asked for a link, but he can't post a link because he's not a mod.
Well, he can now.
Ooh.
But also,
P-Town in the house. P-Town in the house.
I want you. If anyone has ever seen Better Call Saul, he gets like a really good client, and he's like, we're going to be a sovereign state. We're going to leave the United States. I'm going to need you to be my lawyer personally. This is probably going to be a multi-million-dollar suit. And Saul is like, oh my God, finally I'm going to have a client. Do you mind if we get the first track rolling? And he goes into the bank and he pulls out and he's like, here you go. And Saul looks down and it has the guy's face on it. And he's like, that's right. That's 10,000 Billy Bucks right there. Billy Bucks are going to be accepted everywhere in the sovereign state we got. And so when I see your 10,000 billion super dollar comment, but yes, evolution would have produced eternity. I don't even know what that means. It would have produced eternity. From the beginning, a big blob that never created the fight again. Well, so like that you're mixing like 18 subjects. So like cosmology is like when the Big Bang and then chemicals and then the chemicals having to create stars to create even cooler chemicals. And then you eventually get to Earth and then you eventually get to carbon. And then after a really long time, even with carbon, you finally get to like really intelligent things setting themselves on fire.
Yes, exactly. The intelligence part is debatable.
Yeah, that's exactly. And so it's not a big blob. That is my cousin, Louie. I'm just kidding. And no, yeah, sending love though. It was a good question actually, and it needs to be sorted out. And we got 2 more minutes, panel.
And can I just say, you were a little bit disappointing there because you said start out with chemicals and then we get more and more and more, and I thought you would end with and then we get edibles, but
yes, well that's so easy. That's after the stream.
That's the pinnacle of evolution.
That would have been so easy.
Yeah.
I miss having Nephi and people on there. The super hard creationists who are like, I am tired of being hidden. I need my message to go everywhere. They don't go anywhere. They tend to very much stick in their very safe spaces where they have a lot of control, even though we don't mute anybody on here. I guess if you're screaming into the thing, we have to turn your volume. But generally speaking, we want you to say silly things.
Very rarely will we mute anybody.
Yes.
Very rarely. You have to.
Yeah, so do you really want me to go into it? Because what you're asking is a very, very complex subject, and it will take a couple of hours to go through and explain.
Oh yeah, abiogenesis. Yeah, that's like a series of dedicated videos.
And not just that, but his challenge about the $10 million to explain why everything came from a blob. And first we have to explain why he's wrong, then explain the fields of science that he's actually crossing against, then go into the parts that we know and the parts that we hypothesize. Like they say, let's take Ken Hovind's example, that we all come from rocks. No, you have to actually explain how the chemicals go from inorganic to organic, and that's not life. Then you have to explain how the organic to self-replicating, and that's still not alive. The processes are incredibly complex and long-winded, and they're very difficult to explain to a layman in simple terms. It just takes a lot of time to explain it.
And if I will say so, everything that Beamsy just said, but we actually are splitting this episode into two, because the exact name of this title that we're watching is The Scientists Beginning to Doubt the Theory of Evolution, Unlocking the Mystery of Life, because halfway into the video, they switch from evolution to abiogenesis. And so we're like, no, Batman. And we are going to come back and do another episode on abiogenesis. So there's going to be two scoops.
Amy, you said you miss Neffy, so I put a link in the chat. People who miss Neffy.
Well,
it is he's currently pursuing a musical career, and so his first hit song is out, and so you click the link to watch Neffy in his first music video. It's amazing, someone would say.
Is it
sponsored
by Mustache? We all have it. Does he have sponsored by Mustache Records?
It was put on unlisted for quite a while, and it's quite recently it made public again. It's, I think, one of the best Nephilim-free videos on the planet, if not the best.
Also, Captain Red Bull, they always like using those phrases, like coming from a rock. But if you just say, you mean we come from carbon because we're carbon-based life forms, they're like, well, Rob. Because they basically have slogans. That is their shtick.
What's funny is they laugh that when they say, oh, people who support the theory of evolution think we came from a rock, which we don't. They think that we came from dirt.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, or dust. Yeah, depending on the translation.
They straw man us, and our steel man of theirs is ridiculous.
You could say they've been living under a rock. Mic drop.
Good point, Duchess. Yeah, the rock thing, that makes me think of how Matt Powell went crazy about beards are like the result of being punched in the face. Was that a reference to that, Captain?
Oh no, that's different.
No.
His wife is actually. Did I beat you to it?
Beards are the result of being kicked in the nuts, I believe.
Oh,
I can believe that Matt Powell was
balls.
punched in the face multiple times, though. I can believe that.
And Kent Hovind, he has a very punchable face.
He's got very kickable balls as well.
Ow, my balls. Shout out to Idiocracy. Okay, I think
Mark
we are
handled
going...
him really well in that interaction on praise.
Yes. Actually, I have two things to say
really
to you,
good.
Mark. Not only did you have a good debate, but I should have been on your 1,000. I'm happy I was in text chat.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. It was.
I know,
like,
but I felt bad because if I hadn't have been pulled away and had family time, my family would have thrown a hamburger.
Perfectly fine. Look, I was the most surprised of anybody that I cracked at that. Like, I was at 777 and I did one for that, and I was like, oh yeah, a few months or a couple of months.
Like a few days later, yeah, amazing.
Yeah, like 1 day later, I was at 1,000. I'm like, what just happened? Like, seriously. No, it's totally fine. I knew, you sent love and no problem at all, and it was wonderful. and you know, so many people have been so supportive, and I never would have gotten to 1,000 if you know, all of you people weren't so supportive, inspirational, you know, kind and patient and just absolutely wonderful.
Hey, Mark.
So yeah.
Do me a favor. Get me to
Maybe.
100.
What is it?
Get me to 100.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I
You're
can
not
try.
at
I'm only one
100?
person, but
What's
I
that?
only just started, so I don't know. It's
I
okay.
didn't even know you had a channel. I think,
See,
Steph.
here's what we
fuck's
needed
sake.
you.
Post it in the private chat. I gotta make sure I follow. It's a sub.
Is that it right there? Because Stephanie, what's happening in your voice is a switch. I can hear, because at first you were like, I don't know if I should I you had a video, and now I hear it. You're like, let's get me those subs. And yes, we can. Not like certain creationist channels that buy them, however. What? They would never do that. I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
Totally legit.
Totally
Just like your
legit.
savior.
Yes, it's on DVD number 5, by the way. Oh, and you're only 30 subs away.
Well, what is your channel?
Yeah.
We're gonna send it out there. I'm gonna send it twice out.
Oh,
to
you got it. I was just about to grab it, but you got it. So there. And
I'm
I've
so
discovered,
sorry, Steph.
I've discovered my ancient little laptop can actually do this shit. It's a little bit sketchy, but I'm working on.
Yeah, I
working
didn't
on
know
it.
you had a channel. I'm already subscribed. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you obviously knew I had a fucking channel.
I don't remember all my subscriptions. There's so
I
many. of
don't
them.
know. It's like,
Yeah.
whatever. That bitch I was over in the corner there. Yeah.
I gave you a sub. I didn't realize
Thank
I
you.
wasn't.
Sailing streams.
I subscribe. I subscribe as well. Definitely.
And I gave you a dom,
If you need graphics for your channel, hit me up.
I would
Amy knows
very
where to
much
find me.
appreciate that. I really would.
I'd be more than
sexism.
happy to help.
It's from Christ brings the sword. Sexism is not a good look. Neither is transphobia.
What's it? No, you're not a woman. You're a man. Much better than a woman. Fuck you, asshole! You're a goddamn jerk.
Oh shit! My ears.
Clip of the week.
Stephanie, are you on Twitter by any chance?
Oh yeah, that's my at Sidra.
If you're on Twitter, I'm at YTGGFI. YouTube gonna go for it. Hit me up on Twitter if you need graphics.
Wait a
That's where
minute.
I'll see it.
That means I gotta write shit
Press.
down.
I'll put it in the private
lazy
chat.
on my button pressing, but you're all on button pressing. Press
So-
those buttons.
Christ
More
brings the
buttons.
sword. Do you think you have an X and a Y chromosome? If an X and a Y chromosome make you a woman, do you think you?
I love how like the
You'd be surprised. You'd be
evangelical
surprised
Christians
at
will-
my. You'd be surprised at my genomics, but you know you
Yeah.
don't really give a fuck about that,
Exactly.
now, do you? You don't
Yeah.
really fucking care. And I
Well,
would be
Christ
surprised if you know what your fucking genomics are. I would be
Christ-
really fucking shocked if you had any idea what your karyotype is.
Hey, Christ brings a sword. Did you know you started out as a female?
Yeah, we all did, idiot.
Do
Not talking to
you
you,
know
Mark.
that the reason why you have nipples is because you're a chick?
Oh.
Yeah, why are
Oh,
you-
changed sex?
And I like how
At
the
one
Christian
point.
like fundamentalists come and they're like, when it comes to trans people, they try to go back to science. It's like you don't use science for anything else in your life. Why are you going back to
Right,
chromosomes
right.
and science for this? No.
When I
As it
wake up in the
hap-
morning,
As
I
it
have-
happens,
oh.
Christ, I know what my karyotype is. You don't.
I know what my karyotype is. I like Shania Twain, but I'm open to saying.
Does it
it.
matter? Like,
I had a
honestly,
picture
does
of
it
mine
matter?
from when I was a kid. We had a picture of mine done in like the early 90s.
I just imagine they think that we wake up in the morning and we're like, all right, what's our chromosome? Okay, we can wear this and we can wear this. Ah, thank you, chromosome.
Don't forget Marie Curie, Porpoise. Sinister Porpoise. Don't forget Marie Curie. She's the only person to have won 2 Nobel Prizes in different fields.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, chemistry
She
and
should have
physics.
kept silent, though. Really.
Yes.
I mean, if only she'd kept silent.
And her artifacts are going to outlive our entire civilization.
Yeah, and it's in like one of her books, encased in lead, and you have to sign a waiver if you're to look at it, just because of how radioactive it
lead-lined
is.
glass.
All of her notes as well.
Yeah, her notes I was talking about, encased in lead.
They're so radioactive, they're still dangerous to people.
Why are they Why they make them radioactive?
I think her
Why did they make
experiments
them radioactive?
are still
she worked
radioactive.
with radium a lot.
I think that was the joke.
Well, okay.
Sarcasm.
Yeah, they wrote the song for her.
What's up, UC Love? What's up, Maya and Joel and everyone that's been hanging around us? We are about to tuck her out. We apparently have not been convinced of creationism, though, Mark, you were the latest. And so you are going to be the first as we are about to head into our Skeptic Ranting outros.
By the way, Chris, I'm not a woman. Just so you know. If you're referring to me as keep that woman silent. Not a woman. But okay.
Yes, though that will trigger them further.
Definitely.
See, here's the thing. All you got to do to shut this, women should keep silent. It's, Jesus did say in the Gospel of Mary that everybody's going to be a man in heaven. So
Christ brings the sword. I mean, why are you so obsessed with trying to keep women silent? Do you just want an all-male show? Isn't that kind of gay?
That's one of the
kind of gay,
things
right?
I've ever heard.
And what do you do with non-binary people like me?
And me.
Do I get to talk or not?
You get to talk, but you have to be really silent. It's only whispers.
You get to talk, but you have a huge lag.
Yeah.
I actually did at the very start of the show.
You only say every other word. Sending love. Okay, this is the last one, and then I'm going to Mark, because we say you don't have to say super chat. You can just tag us, because we'll read out whatever you say. It's just the super chats we show, because they help support the show and all of the subscribers and viewers who are getting the free stuff. And okay, we have anyone notice? It has, but I'm the last person that should complain about Skeptic Ranting. When disbelievers of God debate each other, both sides borrow from biblical worldviews to express their view. No, I would say that we use a materialistic, naturalistic, though it depends on every atheist, agnostic. So I would say that the Christians, the Jews, the Muslims, and unfortunately the Jews in space, or we call them Mormons, and those tend to share what they would call a biblical worldview, whereas we do not.
Lasers?
Yes, specifically.
Right. Just was
look!
No.
You know what, Osa? I appreciate that. He said, "Look at that." We almost never get that from creationists. So take a look.
Now, sometimes we can step inside the Christian worldview to do an internal critique to point out how silly a lot of the things are, and sometimes it's better to do that as if you're inside of it, trying to make sense of it,
And all right, with that, we're going to it. Into Mooit. I can't rhyme anything else except to
do it.
Brew it, do it. Woohoo! Mark Reid, lovely to have you on. We have been skeptic and ranting on a scientist beginning to doubt evolution. Where and what you got going on the interwebs, and what are your thoughts?
I don't have much going on. I do have a debate coming up for morality with praise. That's going to be on Stand True, so that should be interesting. Because the last time I debated for morality was Smoky Saint, which was hilarious. Well, not so hilarious, but sort of ironic after the fact.
And I hear one day he'll be allowed near Chuck E. Cheese again, and so we wish him and a Dawa channel lots of luck. Back to you,
So
Mark.
it's amazing that somebody that's sort of, you know, done something so immoral is allowed to get on and debate about morality. I mean, yeah, it's so strange. But anyway, the whole idea that evolution has been believed by more scientists, there's no sort of secular or, you know, there's no Morgan Gallup poll or anything or Pew Research sort of saying this is happening. It's all coming from the creationists. And it seems like sort of wishful thinking. It seems like people going, oh, more and more people are agreeing with us. And it's like, well, no, that's not what the statistics say. Like back in 2009, it was sort of, I think about 96%, and it's gone up to 97% of scientists since then that agree with evolution, or accept evolution. There's no sort of undercurrent swinging the way of creationists in the scientific community. It's just something they like to say and then point at, you know, one person that believes, like one scientist that believes in creationism and says, see, they're just getting more and more scientists. No, not really. That's not what everything says. No. So, you know, this whole idea is yeah, it's just sort of, well, if we say it long enough, maybe it'll be true, or maybe they actually believe it. It's very hard to tell, but they've got to know that less and less scientists actually think that evolution is false. That the more we find out about DNA, the more we find out about you know, how genetic sequences work, the more animals that we map their genome, the more convincing it is, not less, and the more excuses the creationists have to come up with to sort of explain away this this nested hierarchy of pattern that we're seeing through all evidence. You know, we're still finding more fossils, we're still finding more things that confirm it. So yeah, not true, I'm afraid, but you know, nice try. Yeah, but thank you so much for having me on. It's so good to be here. It feels like a breath of fresh air after the last couple of rooms that I've been in. So it's wonderful to see you all. It's amazing. So thank you so much for having me on.
Absolutely, Mark. Lovely to have you here. And after listening to one or two of those streams, I would say lovely to definitely have you a place where shut up. I thought he was having a mental breakdown.
Are you talking about Graham?
Was that his name? I'll tell you,
I think
listen
so,
to half
yeah.
these things while I'm like.
Was he Australian and
turned?
Was he Australian and turned incredibly red while yelling incoherently?
I'm trying to think. Like he was.
Did he have a beard?
I was listening to it, and so I wasn't looking at the screen. All I know is that it got to a point. I know Praise was giggling, and you were just mesmerized by how you actually, in fairness, you gave him an apology that he did not deserve, because I think you realized how much of a connect, because you were actually laughing too, because just like Ray, it was kind of ridiculous. But then your apology calmed him down, and somehow he went back to talking about, I don't know, the Trinity or some because he was talking about why Catholics aren't real Christians.
Oh yeah, that was Graham. Yeah, I kind of feel like he really does need, you know, some anger management. Like seriously, like that was just so something. You know, that
I just give him
of
enough inner
rage.
peace.
Amy, one thing, Praise is laughing.
Cannabis?
Praise is laughing because he actually thinks that Graham is funny.
Oh, sure.
And Mark was laughing because he thought it was ridiculous. They were laughing for two completely different reasons.
Sure.
Praise likes people like that on his channel. That's why I'm never going to go there. It's too toxic.
They think that they're Christ, so they're bringing the sword. You know.
But it is funny
peace,
just now.
Just bringing the sword.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the one bringing the sword seems to have disappeared, and I had something prepared for him. So
really,
that's too bad.
That's his sword seemed to have gone limp.
Limp.
Shriveled up.
They make a pill for that.
Just like in real life.
And all right. Thank you so very much, Mark, for coming on. Keep on coming on and keep on checking out Mark at youtube.com/MarkReidAtheism.
Thank you.
Oh, and one more thing, Mark. The behavior and the things they're covering on Praise's channel did get him demonetized, which I absolutely love, by the way.
Really?
Yes,
we praise the TOS gods. But thank you so very much, Peter and Mark, and everyone on the panel. We're going to keep on going down.
Hello.
Rubiks, thank you for coming on. We have been skeptic and ranting on scientists beginning to doubt evolution. Who knew? I hope that you had a great time. What's you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
I never do anything, but I don't get out much. But my final points are the difference between science and religion is science adapts with new information. Religion stays the same.
Ramen, thank you so very much, Rubiks.
That's a good point.
And all right.
Starts off wrong and just stays wrong.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a way. Give me a second, just for a second, to trigger them. I want to thank. I'm trying to figure out a way to use your they them pronoun. I'm trying.
It's okay.
Oh, I know, but I want to. I'm trying to trigger creationists, and so I'm trying to. Give me a second.
Amy, trust me. I have you covered. Just wait till my outro. I have you covered.
Peter's got this all set.
You got me covered.
I have got this.
Okay. Well, I am sending love to
I'll give you a clue, Amy. I have the balls to do this.
Oh my. I like to think some days so do I. But yes, we're going to get back on you. But I want to thank all you guys, girls, and maybe in between out there. There we go. I figured out how. Okay. We're going forward. Thank you so much, Mark and Rubiks. We are going over to Duchess of Clutches.
Hello.
Hello. We have been skeptic and ranting on scientists beginning to doubt evolution. I hope you had a fun time. What do you got going on in the interwebs, and what are your final thoughts?
I always have a fun time here. I love it. I've been away for a while, just focusing on work and life stuff. So I like dropping by. It's really a breath of fresh air. So thanks for always having me. In short, scientists questioning evolution. This is just Christian cope. There's no other way to put it. It's the same way that flat earthers will say, "Oh, this physicist said X or Y," but they'll never provide sources because it either doesn't exist or it's taken out of context. It's kind of an appeal to authority, but it's really not, because it's just that's not what they're saying. I'll shout myself out for once, I guess. I used to stream, so I'm a Call of Duty player. I used to stream on Twitch, thinking of coming over to YouTube. Haven't really uploaded a lot on YouTube, but I am active on Twitter. I just kind of started using it more recently, and I'm enjoying the toxic shit show that it is. As against religion, especially the Abrahamic religions that I am, Christianity, Judaism, at the end of the day, I feel like at least they're not Islam. I have an intense feeling about Islam that my Twitter is kind of speaks for itself. But yeah, I don't do debates on my channel, mainly just because I don't have the patience of a saint like Amy or Mark. But I enjoy coming here and sharing my opinions and my views. And yeah, that's about it. Thanks so much for having me. It's really great to see everybody.
Thank you so much, Duchess. And I always
Thank
say,
you, Duchess.
In my opinion,
I'll follow you back. You follow me.
Oh my!
Thank you. I definitely will.
Bit of mutual following.
And did you have your channel?
I have followed you too.
Is it Duchess of Clutches?
Thank you. Yeah, it is Duchess of Clutches on Twitch and YouTube and on Twitter as well. Oh, I got a follow. Thank you. Follow back.
I just followed you.
Did it right back. Thank you.
Is your name
And
I
followed Stephanie too.
How do I
Stephanie.
link?
If you do in private chat, send it in there and I will get it out there.
Awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely. I've actually been very biased. I feel like Mark is going to be very biased towards this, but it just feels like because we don't schism and have holy wars and have to go at each other's throats and constantly cut each other down, does it just feel like the atheists, the agnostics, and the skeptics are growing and like the theist channels are just going after each other? Is that just me? Is that the only one? No?
I don't know.
I haven't
That's
noticed
a long
that much, but
discussion.
That's a long discussion. I don't know. There are specific channels I used to watch. Well, I'd say more lurk. And there's good portions of them that are just being taken out. And even some of the ones I watch now, I feel like they're sweating to make sure they don't get taken out either. But who would those be? They would never buy subs either. They're not famous. They won't look at my account. No. Anyway, sending love, and we're going to send this out to Duchess of Clutches Twitter, and then we're going to boo-boo-do.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I know I'm a trash can for playing Call of Duty, but I would love to have a debate channel. I love all kinds of debates. I just don't have the patience for it. I lose my temper. I'm not level-headed like you guys, so I appreciate coming on here.
Just follow your
Look,
love.
honestly,
There you go.
honestly, that is learnt. It's not something that people just do, right? It's a learnt skill. So, as I've often said, my background was in complaints and customer service, like on the phone talking to people for many, many years. It's a learnt thing. Honestly, it is a skill and a learnt thing, not just you either have it or you don't.
Hey, maybe
admire.
And if I can chime in on this, Duchess, I mean, losing your cool, it's not all too bad because Mark mentioned earlier that he has lost his cool a few times.
Absolutely.
One of those times was with me.
Well, I also wonder if it's
odds are, yeah.
I wonder if it's because of her. I've spent many years in retail, and I wonder if just being told that that you are the problem for why the price is wrong, as you're like, but ma'am, but sir, it says it. You know what? I agree. I'm the problem.
Yeah, Amy, I think it's probably some of that, but it's probably also like when I say I don't have the patience, I mean you specifically. I've seen you go into certain Discord communities and people just
oh, that's
the transphobia, the personal attacks, and I haven't gotten any transphobic attacks, obviously, but I get a lot of just sexism right away. So I don't really know how to navigate.
We got a woman. Is this a woman?
I can give you one good tip. If you keep your cool when that is happening, you're going to take their ability to harm you away. And
yeah,
I think Amy
I'm a
is
woman.
doing
I can't.
that.
Yeah, but the thing is that they're not.
So the way Amy does it, it infuriates them.
It
so
does.
If
it's still
that is what you want to do,
it
makes them look bad. It makes you look good. It helps, but yeah, as Mark said, it needs training.
But I'm gonna thank you. But before you start, Stephanie, I'm gonna hand it over to you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much,
Duchess, for being on and for just think we need. Oh, we got your Twitch. We did get your Twitch working on there.
Oh God, I haven't been on there in forever. Thanks, everybody.
But Stephanie, You have been
Hi.
Skeptic and Ranting
I
on
have
Scientists Beginning to Doubt Evolution. Lovely having you on. What you got going on the interwebs, and what are your final thoughts?
Well, I wanted to start out with my thoughts about scientists beginning to doubt evolution. Beginning? Scientists have always questioned evolution because scientists always question everything, including the hypotheses that they come up with. That's how it starts. You ask a question, you do investigation, you see how nature and the facts line up behind that hypothesis, behind that question. You seek answers to the questions. So the question of I think that where theists' attacks on science or on evolution or on scientific theories fall short is they like to question they like to attack the entire premise of science in the first place, which is asking questions, seeking answers, and not presuming anything other than a logical, than basic logic and observation. Here's the question. Here are the facts. This is what we observe. Does our observation match the potential answer to the question? I have yet to hear a theist do anything more than start from the answer is God. There's no question. Where's the question there? So scientists are doubting evolution or Big Bang cosmology or inflation or the standard model of particle physics. Scientists are questioning that every fucking day. That's the business of science. The business of religion is to provide answers, not to seek them, but to assume them. So that's my thought on tonight's question. But I'm bullshitting. but it's insofar as I can, I talk trash on Twitter. I'm a knob out there, and I've started doing some stuff on YouTube. Particularly, I bop around in real life. I'm a sailmaker. I'm not a philosopher or anything. I'm a sailmaker and a professional sailor, and I'm old. So I'm just sort of rambling into my old age in the middle of sewing and hopefully sailing, and just simply trying to stay alive.
Stephanie, since you started your YouTube channel, we'll help you promote it and maybe get the wind in your sails.
Well, yeah, I can tack. The thing is, I don't need to go downwind all the time. I actually can trim my sails to go to plot a course.
The thing about asking questions is we need to be begging them. We need to ask questions like, "Oh, who created all this?" And then we can assume God, and then we can force reality to fit that model. So that's another approach.
Yeah, I mean, you get what I'm saying. I mean, it's just that you don't need to assume something. And this is ontology, not epistemology. This. You must assume that there's God. Riddle me this: why? Why can't you ask why is? Why can't you ask what is? and really, why is rather to me why is somewhat meaningless. Looking for purpose isn't helpful in living. I think looking, the living is enough, and taking care of each other is enough, and making things better, and keeping harm to a minimum is enough. Harm to the planet, harm to people, harm to animals, harm to plants, harm to the world we live in. That's enough. Let's don't do that. Let's do whatever we can not to do that, and let's be curious and loving.
I should have had my soundboard up, and this was the perfect time for an applause.
Thank you so very much, Stephanie.
Yeah,
And
let's not be like God.
With that, we're going to keep on moving forward, and you should all be checking out Stephanie's channel at Stephicath, STEPHICATH. And all right, we're moving right down the list. Thank you, Steph. We are going to Pierre. We have been Skeptic and Ranting on the scientists beginning to doubt the theory of evolution. Hope you had a fun time. Where can people find you? And what are your final thoughts?
Okay, let's get the where can people find you out of the way. People can find me on @GonnaGoForIt and on Jackson Wheat, where we are currently discussing these guys. It's aptly named the Hoover Institution because basically all they do is suck up crap. So, but it's a subsidiary of the wannabe university PragerU. So we're currently going through that. The previous video we did was also one of Hoover's Institution's videos. So, and yeah, on my channel coming up, I'm really looking forward to this. Dr. Josh Bowen versus P-Town on our show, where we open up a room for other people to have conversations, and I will just sit there and, if necessary, moderate. 9 out of 10 times that's not necessary, but I will also forward the questions from the chat to the people on the panel. And
that's gonna be interesting.
Other than that, we have our own show, which is Beyond Beliefs, where we talk to theists, and I'm currently setting up a few things for that channel. I also have a show called Herding Cats, because that's basically what you do when you have an atheist community. And soon I will have a street epistemologist from the Netherlands, no less. I didn't know that that was a thing in the Netherlands, or that you could find people to talk to. But I'm hoping to have a surprise co-host for that one, but you'll have to keep a lookout and wait to see what happens. I'm actually hoping that I can do weekly videos again, because it has been difficult to get guests, but we do have a few lined up. We even have a Muslim guest coming up. So, and then I get to do a show with Mubarak, who has been on this channel. So I'm looking forward to that as well. And yeah, it's sad that he left. Our dear friend, bringing a sword, although he might be doing what I'm about to show you, because there is a way to get in touch with God. Did you know that, Amy?
Oh my, there is?
Yes. And the oh my is very apt. So let me show you all.
I'm not sure how this is going to help us find our cause, but I trust the process.
It's going to clear the channels. Then the third eye is going to beam up. You're going to get the transmission down from God, and you're going to go out and create exactly what the people need. Heal the people.
There you go.
All makes sense now.
If you want to try it out, I mean, I'm not going to be responsible for the after effects, but
not the craziest thing a Christian has asked me to do. I'll be honest.
Fair enough.
Okay, I think we may have lost Beamsy. He's probably going to try that out immediately. But I mean, there you go.
In my case, it would be futile.
And
beat their meats, you truly do ever defeat it.
And the other thing that I do every once in a while is I try to help out new creators with some artwork, because I really do believe that if we're in a community trying to counter pseudoscience and to promote critical thinking, but the people that we want to address, those are as different as we are. As I just said, my atheist show is called Herding Cats because there are no two atheists that agree on everything. But it's similar with the theist community. So the more people we can get in engaging theists and trying to help them think through their beliefs and especially why they believe it, I think that is beneficial to the planet. So I support everyone who wants to do that. And Sinister Porpoise is one of the people who's been using my stuff. I did make kind of a ridiculous thing about logical probable popsicle in a South Park style, but I do all kinds of things. I'm hoping to help everyone. I only have a set amount of time, so I'm already far behind schedule for things that I need to create, but I'll do my best. And I've even given P-Town an intro, so I'm not all that bad, I think. Yeah, but that was that. I blame my co-host for this because he said Peter will make you one. Peter will make you one. So
you got volunteered.
Not a lot I could do.
He did get
volunteered.
Although I got to admit,
I'm going to steal
needs
that.
something. P-Town needs something. I don't think his moon thing is cutting edge apologetics.
Hold on.
But
P-Town did get something because I went on P-Town's show on his channel and got in kind of a little dumpster fire with his co-host, who had sent me a scientific paper of prayer healing blindness.
And I just want to give a PSA out there. I went on P-Town's channel and I got HPV. And so,
okay. But so what I did is I read it, and to me, it didn't look like a real scientific paper because of the wording, and it also the only thing that I could make out of it that it was correlation, not causation. So what I did, I asked a friend, which is what you need to do. It's in every TV show. If you don't know the answer, ask a friend. So I did. I asked PZ Myers, the guy who is running what is been called the best blog written by a scientist in the USA. And he did a piece on his blog on this specific paper. Guess what? Turns out it's not scientific paper. Turns out it's just a bunch of bogus claims. But I have to thank P-Town because this was really a fun exercise for me, and fun having PC help out with that. And if you want to check for that, go to Faringula PZ's blog. It is the best scientific blog on the planet.
Thank you so very much, Peter.
Yee.
Lovely having you on. Keep on coming on. And check out Peter and myself for Randolph Richardson's fortnightly stream. And all right.
Always have the balls to come on.
Oh, that's what I like to hear. And all right, Peter, we are going to the assologist, Beamsy. We have been skeptic and ranting on scientists beginning to doubt evolution. What you got going on the interwebs, and what are your final thoughts?
I'm currently working on something to do with fault lines. That's why I've kind of not been around very much.
That's not your fault.
I know, but I'm finding so much fault into it, so... But just remember, Peter, next time you share that, you just have to remind people that many can beat their meat, but few can truly ever defeat it.
Exactly. Well, Amy might want to have a word with you.
We can work on that later.
Extracurricular projects.
Maybe that's the $2,000 super chat.
Oh my.
Yeah.
And a good vodka.
What it comes down to is they seem to be really involved with miners, mostly either quote miners or the other type, and they just can't keep their hands off either of them, and that's just seems what the creationists keep doing.
Yeah, that checks out.
Breaches involved with miners. Somehow I've read about that.
Yeah, but they can't keep their hands off either of them.
Yeah.
And all right, thank you so very much, BZ. Huh?
Yeah. And Amber, one thing about you have to remember with beards, they've got nothing to do with physical assault. They're everything to do with a seat.
Good point.
And tacos. We have to remember tacos.
Or they are a partner that is just there to... Never mind.
Oh, no, it's definitely...
beard,
that was the
right?
beard I was thinking about, too. That's okay, Peter.
Yeah, me too.
Or they're just Mr. Batman's wife. Do. I've had someone come on the stream within the past month or so, and they're like, I can't be gay. I have a wife. I'm like, oh, honey.
Surprise.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And I love how that's how they frame it. Not like I love women, but like, look at this woman over here. I can't consistently suck dick while you're not looking. Anyway,
it's the gay equivalent of the racist I have a black friend.
And then they end up on Grindr.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Exactly. Amber!
Timing for you.
Thinking of anything on scientists beginning to doubt evolution. Lovely having you on. Do you have anything going on in the interwebs, and what are your final thoughts?
Okay. Final thoughts. Stephanie pretty much nailed most of it. The only thing I really have to add is that when you pretend to have all the answers, you stop looking for the real answers. As for the interwebs, I'm just starting to get some traction on a YouTube channel. It's a little @ thing, better than Ember. Amy, if you wouldn't mind dropping that in the chat, because sometimes it doesn't come up when people search, I've been told. But yeah, we're doing cool. But yeah, I do a lot of reaction videos. I like to try to get to some science, but then I get more requests for reaction videos. So, we do what we do, but I'm trying to get it going. And yeah, this has been fantastic. I love to do this kind of thing. I love interaction and community, So if anybody wants to work with me in the future, drop me a line. I would love to come hang out with you guys on any of your own channels and chat, make merry, all that fun stuff.
And if you need help with your channel, reach out. More than happy to help.
Not
Cool,
around.
thank you.
That's a different process.
Yes.
Thanks, Ember. Thank you
Yeah.
so very much, Ember. And that's youtube.com/@BetterThanEmber. Woo-hoo. And all right, with that, it is just the two pilots that are going to be, I think, landing the plane. Oh, that's right. We are religion. We do land or we're not religion. We do land the plane. I almost got my joke backwards there. Yes. But James, we have been Skeptic and Ranting on Scientists Beginning to Doubt Evolution. And what we got going on, anything in the future, and then your final thoughts.
Well, like Amy said, we're going to finish the rest of this video sometime probably in the coming week or so. So stay tuned for that. We tackled evolution, which they really didn't talk about all that much, actually. For as much as they talked, they didn't say very much. But par for the course with these creations videos, but it did get 200 and some thousand views, so it is something that needs to be responded to. But thank you guys for helping us do it and helping us come back next week. Thanks for all the support, the super chats, the comments, the subscriptions, Patreons, Twitch members, everybody. We love you guys. And thanks everybody for coming on the panel, having a great discussion. We'll be back sometime over the weekend. Probably do a call-in show, so stay tuned for that. Have a good night, guys. We love you.
Oh, Amy, aren't we going to be back in the weekend?
This is, I do believe, Friday. Yes, this Sunday.
On Sunday.
Dun, 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 dun,
Sunday.
dun. Yes, I know that because the last week my partner was like, "Hey, aren't you doing that thing?" And I'm like, "Why, no good, ma'am. It is fortnightly." I say that now only because of Randolph. I just like makes it
And then she pulled out the fuzzy handcuffs and the riding crop.
That's basically
which is why I didn't plug it, because Amy probably has more plugs than I have.
I was waiting for something, and yeah, that's basically. I try to plug everything that I can as any orifice that I can. So, sending love out there. We have boo boo. I hope you misfits all had a good time on this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Scientists are doubting creation, or doubting. Well, they are doubting creation, doubting evolution. They're not at all. Where we watched a video from the channel 215. I have my notes all mixed up. 215 was enough. From Parable, religious historia documentary called "The Scientists Beginning to Doubt the Theory of Evolution: Unlocking the Mystery of Life." For a good time, worth evolving for. However, I want to thank everyone out there, and I need to really organize these. And we're way past the open mic, and we're past outros. My ending note says "welcome." That's probably not good, though. I want to thank.
And in a few minutes we'll be passed out.
Yes, probably. I'm just gonna move on. I found something. 1 potato, 2, 3.
Rightfully so.
Oh my! Are we here? Are we queer? Let's see how many we do. We have 9 people. That's impressive, even at this hour. I do want to thank my co-host James W. Along with our fantastic panel.
Hurry up, Amy! Hurry up!
I know. I'm sorry. I really need to do some clutter.
You need to speed it up, or I'm going to get out the dings.
Ding, ding, ding. Okay, ding, ding. Oh, I hear
Yeah,
it.
that's what I mean. Hurry up!
Ember, woo! Beamsy, woo! Ness, woo! Peter, woo! See, I did one woo, and so if I don't do all of them, it's just really not fair. Stephanie, woo! Duchess of Clutches, woo! Rubiks, woo! Mark Reid, woo!
I never thought of this channel as a woo channel, but you've convinced me.
Now it's all woo woo.
Christ brings a cock.
That's right. Oh, does he now? All right. Now the stream is coming to the important questions. As well as
4 foot one, apparently.
As well as all of the people in chat, whether you are on Twitch, whether you are on YouTube, all of the interwebs out there are awesome mods who make this stream so great. They are so amazing. I've been told how amazing from so many people in chat. And lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoy the show, yes. If you enjoy the show, well, it does help to get us in the algorithms. You hit that big old thummy up button, and even if you dislike us, exactly, we're okay with that too, but we hope you do like it. If you're on the Twitchosphere, that's following. It sounds a little weird to be like, yeah, I got followers, and yet there it sounds a little Instagram-y. But there we go on Twitch, and we have at least 10 subscribers on YouTube or on Twitch. I know, because Beamsy has granted them. Woo! So thank you to all of our Twitch subscribers, and thank you to all of our subscribers out on the YouTube, because then you get to hit that bell icon. If you're like, why isn't all of the stuff that I like ending up on my main feed? It's because that bell icon was not set to all. It's not a conspiracy. It's just a bell. Hit that bell to all, and then you can see our premieres or join our live streams. Or, hey, I have a wife over here. Who am I talking about? It could be anyone.
He totally has a vagina.
She totally does. We've been told she's in Canada too, so we have people that need to verify.
I've even seen it before.
I know. This is hot for you, right? This is hot? I'm sorry, fuck it.
Okay, I'm done.
I'm done, exactly.
I'm gonna go.
We call it the Ben
guys
Shapiro
have a bowl-
method.
We'll be bowling with the guys until like 8 in the morning, so we'll see you tomorrow.
Exactly. Don't wait up for us. It's a beer night. Anyway, you could also.
Happy
Ho, ho,
St.
ho, ho.
Patrick's Day.
That's right.
Oh.
Someone. I want to
Hell
say
yeah.
it's like the one thing that I care about. It's that I can get nails that match holidays. I don't really care what the holiday is.
Yeah, to hell with Saint Murdering Bastard. Happy Ireland Day.
That too.
Go get a beer. And yes, I forgot to do the Fiverr thing. I'll do that really quickly. If you are a significant level in the Patreon or the channel membership, Twitch subscribership, we have a show just for you to come on and we'll host, and James W. myself will be the schmucks that we are, just asking questions while you learn expertise. It's Talk Skeptic to me. But
Making
you
stupid
could
comments. You know
also,
how it goes.
yes, probably making a lot of irreverent, stupid comments. But also, we have that I probably linked it in there. I'm doing it twice. You can't stop me. Here is my Fiverr page. It got streamlined and all sorts of fun stuff. I'm producing someone right now. I've been producing people, and I hope to produce people in the future. And oh my, I see someone trying to slip something down somewhere.
Oh,
Hold on.
it's a
I
sticker.
know. Sending so much love. So if you want to be produced by Space Lizards, go
Thanks,
ahead to
Ian.
the website. But Ian Davenport, and now I have to figure out. Oh, it is a fantastic. A keep it up sticker. And I have to go like this now, like that. Thank you so much. I almost didn't sit in the chair. Thank you, Ian. Woo! For all the love and support. It really does help the channel grow. And in fact, I will say, James, I feel like we're safe to say we've crossed the threshold, and we probably are going to summon
Multiple
Carrot
times.
Top. We're going to summon Carrot Top.
We're almost there. Well, who's that cat? Rubiks? What's that cat's name?
Oh, my.
Loki.
Loki. You actually have the god of trickster right there. I do believe it, though, actually.
Yeah, he's a little bit chaotic.
Aren't we all, though? Yay, kitty! Also, check forward to Loki, season 2, coming soon.
Hey.
Oh, nice, Captain Red Bull. Sending love. Doo-doo. Love and support. In fact, you have all been sending love and support to us. We did Fiverr, we did super thanks. They're like super chats, as in they are tips afterwards, after premieres and after we've done live streaming. And if you want, we can also read them back on the next episode. After the show, the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server will be opening up for the after party fun shenanigans, the link of which is in the description below, along with all of our fantastic channel members, Patreons, and Twitch subscribers. In fact, if you are 2 out of the 3, you become member of the Girl Deck. That is right, the Girl Deck. It's about this long. Not as big as Bob Larson's girl deck, unfortunately, but it's pretty big. And so we have our lieutenants, our commanders.
Bob's not a size queen.
He's not exactly. Unlike us, who we are size queens. Channel members, Patreons. Yes, that is the best way to help us. Support the channel and get all sorts of fun and more propagandinanigans, which is definitely a word right there, is to go to patreon.com/AmyNewman and become a supporter, and where you can unlock unique perks and help us create even, well, an apple a day apparently keeps the snake away. I'm told, though apparently
more
it's
content to trigger the fundamentalists.
Yes, though I'm
More girl
told that
bang.
type of sin will be passed down eternally, in which case that better be a goddamn good apple. Like a $5 apple, a $10 apple. I don't know. But
Like one of them Whole Foods apples.
Exactly.
Like $5 for the apple and it still goes bad in a day.
But James, you have to understand, it was just the right amount of tart and sweet, and it fit right up there. And so I feel like that is... Anyway, patreon.com/AmyNewman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone!
Good night, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.